Welcome to the Gabriel Speaks podcast. And we are going to get into Tracy Twyman. If you don't know who Tracy Twyman is, that's okay. That's what we're going to talk about. So this is actually part two on Tracy Twyman. This is the second episode I've done on her. Previous one did with Mr. Flak Magnet. Mr. Flak Magnet is late to his own show tonight, but don't worry, we got plenty to cover before he gets here. So, Tracy Twyman wrote several books. I'm sure you are familiar. If you're here, if not, don't worry. She was an occult researcher, and she mainly focused on symbolism, elite belief systems, right? Belief systems that kind of the one percenters hold. Probably the 1% of the one percenters hold, right? She was a researcher of ritual psychology and power structures. She worked in esoteric Christianity, Gnosticism, and occult comparative religion. A lot of her work became controversial because she claimed modern power systems borrow from ancient religious archetypes. She argued that symbolism is actively used to shape behavior and belief. After her death, there was a lot of interest in her research, and it fueled a lot of legitimate study. And there was also, like anything, speculation and unverified research. And kind of, anything that people could do and throw to try to stick to the wall. So you can find a lot of good stuff, but also you can find a lot of crap when you're when you're looking into Tracy Twyman. So I make it a rule to make sure that she's actually in and participating when I'm sorry, I got thrown off. I got a message from my buddy Ryan pointing a failure here. In fact, I'll just turn on the messages here. He was saying he couldn't hear me. He was muted, of course, right? Just kidding, buddy. Okay, so part one, we focused a lot on her study on Baphomet, of all characters. With Baphomet, the way that story goes is she used a spirit that she came in contact with through a Ouija board, and in a way kind of let it possess her to guide her to further knowledge. I mean, it's kind of a trip. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play some of her previous interviews. I made sure this was all her, no AI. We're going to listen to this for a little bit. And if you have questions, comments, whatever, throw them in the chat and we'll talk about it.
So I've been trying to make this recording, this one you're listening to now, for about 2 months. It's a combination of not knowing how to approach the subject and having a hard time finding a machine to record on.
So Tracy Twyman also, I guess I should have noted this beforehand. She died in 2019. Her death was officially ruled a suicide. No public criminal findings were released. There is some controversy surrounding her death. One, because the timing of her death and the relativity to research exposure that she was working on, the nature of her investigations. Obviously, when you're investigating very powerful people using uh, supposed very powerful sources, that's dangerous. Statements from some supporters of hers that claimed she feared targeting, which, if you've watched any of my previous shows, especially on UFOs or UAPs, I have certainly talked about Amy Eskridge's story and how all the way up until her supposed suicide, she's literally on video talking about how afraid she is. She's posting injuries to herself. None of that mattered because they just ruled it a suicide and carried on about their business. And then, of course, like with stuff like that, we just don't really trust a lot of our institutions. We know a lot of our institutions can be bought and sold because it's not necessarily the institution you're buying and selling, it's the person that controls that particular function of the institution. And people are broke these days, right? So it can be easy to bribe someone in the right position, i.e., Epstein. I mean, anyway, we'll let this was Tracy's final podcast, and we'll let her continue here.
And free time to do it at a time in which I feel that I can safely record. I guess I'll leave it at that because there's no need to give further information to people that want to make me feel unsafe. You're all wondering what has happened to me, what happened to the website. Probably some of you have heard some rumors, others just have no clue. And this deserves to be talked about, even though I can't necessarily go into every detail. But I've tried to find a way to just skip over the topic and do a show, come back and do a new show about something else entirely. Really, it's like the world has changed, not only for me, but I believe the world has changed for everybody since we last talked in the last 2 months. The change had begun before that. I didn't notice it as much. So there's no way that I can just return to all the same topics and the same approach that I was doing before when the world has changed and when I have changed. A new perspective and a new approach does have to be taken to some extent. This may be subtle in some ways. Some of you may not notice it. Can't really be defined, but new paradigm, new approach is required, and some sort of introduction to that and an explanation for how we got here is also necessary. I cannot, like I said, go into every detail. I've tried to avoid talking about this many, many times for long patches of time. I tried to avoid talking about the reason why my website went down 2 months ago in the middle of May, and why I had to close it down so abruptly, and why I haven't been able to respond to emails. I imagine most of you don't see me on Twitter at all, even though I'm there. But from what I can tell, almost nobody is seeing me. My Gmail, which was my main mode of communication through email, and also my portal to many of my other accounts that I had, I do not have access to it at the moment. So if you've been trying to send me something there, realize that I simply cannot see your messages. I don't know if I will ever get my Google account back.
I feel sometimes like this is happening to my compatriot Flak Magnet because all of a sudden he loses connection or he just black, just gone. And he's like, I'll see screenshots where I get messages, but I never got the message. It's so strange. Anyway, Flak, if you're listening, buddy, I'm sure you're just having some technical issues. Hoping you're hopping soon. We also have possibly a friend of mine. You see him commenting here. Ryan pointing at failure might hop in, so you don't just have to listen to me talking the whole time. I feel bad for you having to do that.
I'm actually, it'd be nice, maybe there's some way that I've tried on my own. So if there are some genuine friends and fans out there who would like to help spread the word about that, I've been shut out of my own Google account with disastrous financial implications and personal implications. I had a lot of personal friends and family contacts in there. It's going to be hard to find them. I can, but it's like all these things are happening to me all at once, and my time is limited in what I can do every day to try to deal with them. So if I could just get my Google account back, that'd be awesome. Now, as to what is going on, let's see. How can I say this? It wasn't just many of my accounts, personal and business related online accounts, that got hacked or compromised potentially. It was and has been, it continues to this day, my experience of the internet itself that has been hacked. Now, I have not tried all the possible experiments of how to get out of what I'm calling now an info prison, where it seems like my profile as an internet user, which is of course shared through information gathered by cookies and other apps and programs that are attached to you and follow you as you visit various popular websites on the internet. And also that includes blogs and websites that are, have a narrow audience, but are nonetheless hosted by, unpopular hosts and with popular scripts being run on the websites, such as, of course, WordPress for a platform, for instance. And each one of these websites is also running popular scripts to process their commenting section and memberships, subscribers, the avatars, and online profiles of all of the users of websites, whether they're popular websites or very small ones. They're often still using the same very hackable script and even automatically collecting visitor information. Even these small websites, since they're using popular programs to build their websites, and sometimes popular hosts or larger websites to host them, they're all gathering information on you and tracking you, whether you know it or not. And so if someone wanted to do to you what has been done to me, that is, tag your profile as a user of the internet.
And this was, so we know this was like 2019. Pretty certain this is before all of like the cookie requirements where like websites had to tell you, if they were tracking you. Apps on certain devices had to tell you if they were tracking. So Tracy was always ahead of the craziness, right? The tracking, the shady shit they were doing the access and power and the access to information that these elite folks that own these companies have. It's in some cases like just unfettered access to anything they want. Now, they're not supposed to just access it whenever they want and things of that nature. But if we know anything about corporations, it is that corporations look out for number one, and that is themselves. Tracy's profession, she was a journalist and an author. She actually, at 17, and I'm just answering Super Sense's question here, but at 17, when she was in high school, she started distributing her own magazine to these local, like, markets, local, mini marts and whatnot. And it was about the occult. And she used that magazine to actually gain contacts. People would reach out to her with stories and things like that. And that's kind of how she got the inside track on a lot of these occult groups and rituals and things like that. So some people believe that was kind of her downfall, but it was also her sort of access to this other world. But yes, she started researching it very young, and she wrote several books. I don't know what the final book tally was, but I think it was like 7 or 8. Somewhere. I'll find out for us here in a moment. But yes, very bright, an old soul, if you will. Creating, marketing, and distributing her own magazine while she's in high school. Like, I can't barely get my high schooler out of bed, so pretty awesome.
After having absorbed certain key information about you to know how to identify you, and also to be even able to, when necessary, log in as you to make changes, then it would follow you around no matter where you went, no matter what device you were using. And most, perhaps not all, but most of the websites you would go to, this is what I'm experiencing, your enemy would have the power to serve you a distorted version of that website, or keep you from seeing it if they couldn't do that, or if there was something on there that they didn't want you to see. Now, first of all, who has the capacity to do something on the scale of what I'm talking about, which is, I'm talking about major websites having false material on them generated by the hacker, pasting over your experience of what you would normally see on that website. We know that they do this with PayPal. We've all probably heard the warnings at some point or another about don't open the fake PayPal emails. They'll take you to a website that looks like PayPal to try to get you to enter personal information. Don't take it. So what I'm talking about is something where not only could PayPal be pasted over, but, all the daily newspapers, Drudge Report, all your favorite blogs, and YouTube, Facebook, all of your friends' profiles changed to something slightly different than what it was before. Entire YouTube videos, for one thing, being auto-suggested to you that don't make any sense given your...
Like, how crazy is this? It's almost like she's describing what might be happening for some people right now. It's not, some of it's not a fact, but we've heard the rumors of the dead internet and other things like that. We know they track us. We know that the experience that I have on a website could be a complete 180 from the experience that you have on a website. It could be a totally different layout. They use several different cells and tests, and they try to use what they think will work best based on my individual, browsing and shopping habits. So it gets and it's all coded. It's all algorithm. It's not like they got somebody to desk ass to figure this stuff out. It's just like pattern recognition for AI. And they're just getting more and more accurate and better at it. And she was spotting this out. This is years before, I don't know, at least a couple of years before I think that before the first version of OpenAI was at ChatGPT 1.0 or whatever came out. So definitely ahead of her time in that category.
General profile and preferences of use. And then the content of videos themselves, when you do click on things that are suggested to you, being something directed specifically to you and not just to, not the normal content produced by the user. So what I'm saying is you could be subscribed to some of your favorite channels, and if you were experiencing what I've been experiencing, you might get an altered version of some of your favorite channels' videos. This is beyond the shadow banning that's already happening, where you're not seeing a lot of the videos that the channels you're subscribed to on YouTube are producing. This has been going on for months, if not years now, the shadow banning, where certain videos, they just sort of make them either totally invisible, which they admit they can do and do sometimes, where you have to actually have the URL and go there specifically, type it in the top of your browser in order to find the video. Even that might fail. I've seen examples of that. All of a sudden you get a internal server error message and you can't watch the video at the time that you wanted to. They're hoping you forget about it later, or maybe they're looking for some excuse to take it down. But they prevent most of the views generally by just making it so that it doesn't come up in your algorithms. It's not being suggested to you. You may be subscribed, but you don't get a notification about the new video. Sometimes they even unsubscribe you, and I've described to my friends on Facebook a couple months ago, back when I was on Facebook, that I was even being subscribed to channels that I had never subscribed to. And some of them quite odd. So these are the sorts of things that had already been going on, and then, what I'm experiencing now.
I think, her individual experience, what she's describing, I think I'm not so sure it's like, at the base corporate level, like these companies doing it. But I think she definitely had someone fucking with her 100%. I mean, this sounds like someone is messing with her accounts. And there's, oh my gosh, y'all, there's so many ways to do stuff like that to people, like to, you can read all about it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to do it, but there's so many ways to mess with people online. And I think 100% somebody was fucking with her. Oh, look what we got in the house. Mr. Flak Magnet.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Do I sound like a ghoul?
You sound fantastic. How are you, sir?
All right, awesome, man. So I'm so sorry, dude.
Dude, don't apologize to me.
Running around like a
good.
maniac. But
yeah,
I'm
good.
fucking here, brother, and I'm filled with caffeine, and I've got many more caffeines to go. So.
All right. Well, we've got caffeines, and we've got Tracy Twyman giving her final podcast here. Ladies and gentlemen, Flak Magnet. We'll say lead researcher in the world of Gabriel Speaks.
It's cool. It's the final one, especially since, like, all right, so I was a bit disappointed. Like, 3/4 of that book I fucking loved, right? Like, excellently sourced, fantastic research that went into it. And then it felt a little
Mm-hmm.
rushed and a little like she was scared shitless of the implications that she was just trying to make throughout the book. So, like, I talked to Red
And
Panda.
you're talking about Genuflect, right?
Yes, just
Okay.
Genuflect, because I'm like 4 books in on her now, and I love every single one of them. Actually, I might be 5 now, including Genuflect. But yeah, I love her research, but this one got a little bit away from her towards the end, and like, I don't know, got fanciful. Um, I don't know. I think she might have gone into a little too much detail into certain other things, but like, that's up to her. You know, that's her own writing choices. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Like, we'll get into it in a bit. Like, I don't know what you've set up so far, so just to, I guess, go from
Oh,
what I just went.
yeah, I've just kind of let people know, who she was. Um, I I gave kind of her story about when she was in high school and she was distributing the magazine to little stores in Portland, and the fact that there is a little bit of, she was researching a lot of symbolism, elite belief systems, ritual psychology, power structures, and she worked within esoteric Christianity, Gnosticism, occult comparative religion, and she talked a lot about
Beautiful.
basically kind of the elites using this sort of forbidden dark power. Um, Not all elites, but a percentage of them.
I love that. Okay, very cool, because like that's pretty much what she goes into in this book. Like, the first quarter of the book, she explains how she was kind of used and abused by a couple of different societies and selfish people who were trying to start their own, like, a Crowleyan type, I guess, order. Um, and she lays it out in kind of like a fiction
Mm-hmm.
type of way towards the middle of the book, but she gets into some detail where she realized that she was being used by certain people for, like, divination. Number one, because she was kind of like a natural adept at it. She gets into, like, the Baphomet book, and she references a couple of her other books in this. Uh, but like,
Wait, what do you mean by that? People were like looking at her as divine?
well, for divination, like, doing like, scrying, uh,
I don't know what
the
scrying
Ouija
is,
work.
bro.
Oh, the Ouija work, right? Like, and then, like,
Okay.
so scrying is the handwriting version of that. Like, so, like, let's say you're just
There's a
typing
handwriting
on your.
version of Ouija?
Yeah, dude. There's like oh man, there's all right. So there's a couple of pop culture shows that you can watch that'll get
Okay.
you into this.
Yeah,
One
I
is
am the uneducated in this field.
yeah, I'm a nerd in all this stuff. Like, I see it in pop culture, and then I go, oh, that kind of looks like something else that I know, and then I
The
research the hell
symbolism?
out of it. Yeah, and then I find out they're all connected anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
uh,
Isn't that crazy?
not that anymore. I'm used to think it was crazy. But all right, so the movie Constantine, and then there was a TV show with a British
I
actor.
saw that. Yeah.
So, like, you know how they get into some of the voodoo stuff, and like some of the they call it automatic writing as well, when you kind of like pull the spirit into yourself and like let it use your hands. One way of
Oh
doing that
God.
would be through Ouija board. The other one is like automatic writing, where sometimes it'll take over you for like 3-4 hours. They say. Tracy
Oh
said it did
God.
this to her a couple of times without her realizing it. Right, like she wrote full booklets for her order like that. Right, so that's what she
Her
equates to.
order?
Yeah, the her secret society that she started with the French guy who was like in the draconian bloodline. Man, she
Okay,
was
and
into some
that's
shit, dude.
so when we did part one of this, that's what you were saying you thought she was kind of using the magazine for was kind of to like recruit people for this thing, right?
Yeah, well, sort of like. So she the first couple of them were like she put Easter eggs in them, but it was more or less like her trying to like suss out people who knew things about that subject, in secret orders. You know what I mean? Try to allude that she had her own, fake it till you make it type of thing, but like on a
Hmm.
real amateur level. As far as like her effort she
Well, yeah,
put
she was
into
in high
like
school, right?
yeah. So she
Yeah.
does that, and then by the third one, she had gotten such a like a big fan review of her magazine and her research and stuff that people were like trying to join, and she was like, I really gave it no thought until that point. Then I was like, okay, fuck it, I might as well. Especially since it was like well-established people who were in other orders, within the OTO or
Wow.
Rosicrucian things, right? And
Okay.
she knew this going in, sort of. She didn't know that they were going to use her as like I said, like what she did with the Ouija board and things. So that's what she thought, and that's what she alluded to in Genuflect, right? But she does it, like I said, in a fiction type of way, where she says in the beginning of the book, this whole book is fiction. The entire thing
Kind
is
of
fiction.
like the OJ book. Like if I did it, this
Yeah.
is what I would have done.
Yep. Yep. Right, but then it's so funny because I don't know. She changed her name in it a bit. She changed a couple other names. And then, like I said, it got a little fantastical at the end. But like this part kind of rang true, especially since like she talks about it not very shyly in not Genuflect, Baphomet, and the one before that, like the earlier bits of clock shaving. She talks about being fucked with by things and she didn't know if it was AI or people or societies in the shadows.
And clock shavings.
Yeah, shavings was way before Genuflect, though I believe.
Okay, so
Um,
she writes clock shavings. She thinks people are fucking with her.
yeah, she was right to think that. Like, her accounts all got hacked and stuff. Like,
Right. And that's kind of what we're
it's like
listening
for a
to
couple of years,
here.
yeah. And now, like, I've always been into the whole techie side of things of hey, cover your fucking webcam. And this is back when you
Mm-hmm.
had to have a webcam in order to even be seen on the internet. You know what I mean? Like this
Mm-hmm.
is before they were really built into laptops and shit. Uh, but she's talking about in like 2011, she was surprised to find out that people had hacked her laptop for over a year. You know what I mean? And they were
Wow.
using it sort of as a blackmail after they had gotten, I guess, enough shit from her to like blackmail her with or whatever. So I don't know. She was kind of
Now, do
surprised by
you
that, but I wouldn't
think
necessarily be surprised by that. You know?
these were occultists, elites, henchmen of elites, or do you think these are she's just getting hacked
Very
by
low rung.
hackers with too much time on their hands?
Very low rung, especially since the time that this shit was happening was before she really dove into the Pizzagate shit, right? Like, because that's when you get into like professional DNC level counter intel and stuff. Like you will see that there. If they're willing to just out and out pay, um, uh, uh, whether they're real or not, like I don't know if you know this, but presidents and candidates and congressmen, they all have a coffer of like sexual harassment, like hush money, right? So especially when they're running for some type of election, they'll just usually pay out anybody who comes forward. They'll just pay them right the fuck out. Like the lover of Barry Obama, he got paid out real quick.
Wait, what?
One of Trump's got
The
paid out
what?
real quick. Barack Obama had a boyfriend in college.
No, he
I don't,
didn't.
this is they went on Candace Owens' show, I believe, or Tucker Carlson. I think it was Tucker
Well,
Carlson, and he talked about the blowjobs. All right, like it was,
what?
it was, yeah, man, it's crazy.
Shut the front door.
You could
Hold
Google it,
on.
dude, because like
I'm
I
looking it
said
up right
allegedly,
now.
but all those events happened. But yeah, so the point of that is they all have slush funds, right? So to think that the DNC wouldn't have had at least the tech side on fucking lockdown, especially since it was like Ghislaine and her sisters and those cohorts,
Uh-huh.
that had access to like all the infrastructure and the databases that all that the surveillance tech was built on. They were selling it to Israel. That's where it was getting like that was like test bed, and then it was sold after that. That's where you get Pegasus and stuff. Um, so that's on like the real fucking crazy end of the shit. She could have been fucked with by just some people with money and a little bit of knowledge with a computer,
I
who
mean, do they
had
even
an
need
agenda.
money? That's
Yeah,
what I
because
mean. Like,
you can't do this without some tech behind it. You know what I mean? Like it take a
yeah, but
couple
that
thousand
just takes
bucks,
knowledge,
you know.
not money.
But
That
in
just takes
order,
somebody that
I
knows what they're
guess
doing.
I guess if your ability to hack is that good, you can kind of don't need money. You can
Right.
make
This
sure
would be
your
like just
accounts are
a,
full anyway. But
yeah, just, hey, I'm going to fuck with this
but
person
these
now.
were people with money she was fucking with, and I mean like long-standing families. Not huge ones, not like the Mountbattens or I say Mountbatten, but it was Lord Mountbatten. But like not like the Windsors or anything like that. Like this this would be like people you've never heard of from Belgium, from
Yeah,
the
and they
UK.
like it that way,
Like
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of. They look for their own. Um, like one of them wanted to be an author. Another one was looking to be. He was kind of like a pseudo author. He was a musician and shit. But like I I don't know. They all had different agendas, but they all fit together. Like kind of like Clue. Like which one was it in which room with what?
Mm. So super senses, just to come back, we'll come back to that, but I told you I'd look up how many books were authored. So Tracy Twyman had around 30 distinct works between her
Oh my
published
god, I have
books,
so much more.
collections, and posthumous works. If you count only major books, not essays or repeated
I'm
editions, the
like
count,
6 essays in too though, so I'm working my way through the essays because she's
nice.
like I consider the CIA sex slaves one an essay just because it was only 150 pages. Like her other stuff is like 3, 4, 5 100 pages.
Oh my
So that one's
God.
more of a pamphlet, but that thing was the reason why it was so short was because it was a preview up to a interview with an MK Ultra victim, which was Kathy O'Brien, who wrote, which I recommend to everybody. Kurt Metzger does as well, but Transformation of America. So
Hmm.
she interviewed Kathy O'Brien and her husband, who's a fucking lawyer and worked for the government, and like they're just pretty good. I believe he was a
Yeah.
lawyer and
Didn't
a
she, isn't she
psychiatrist
the one that
in a way.
like won the lawsuit?
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
she went to Congress as opposed to just quote on. And now I'm doing quote unquote whistleblower because most will come out as a whistleblower. And then oh, what do you know? They have a book before they see any disclosure out. They have a fucking book coming out. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
very very annoying. But yeah, so I don't know. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, well, so I was looking up. So basically she had 7 to 12 books depending on the source. So like if I'm imagining what it is some of the essays are probably compiled into different collections or whatever, and some folks are calling those books, but her major books were like the Baphomet, the one you just finished, Genuflect, Clock Shavings. Those are some of her major works. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading
Um,
Merovingian. The Merovingian one. It's like a old timey money magic stuff. It's pretty cool.
yeah, yeah. So Genuflect, the what I'm getting for the core themes, and correct me if I'm wrong, is power rooted in ritual legitimacy, the idea of a child king archetype across ancient civilizations, sacred kingship versus modern authority, and how submission is psychologically conditioned. And that's what she calls genuflection.
Yeah, what to genuflect is to like what a bow would be, right? Like
Right, like I
complete and
guess it
total
literally
submission.
means to kneel, right?
Yeah, but in a very sexual way, right? Like, and
Mm.
this is purposeful for the book and the tone of the book. Like I'm setting this forth because she makes this distinction within the book because I knew what genuflect meant, but I didn't know where the fuck she was going with it, especially with what it was because like, usually people think it means that, but its original meaning was like because it was the first usage of the type of term was before any of the Catholic stuff, right? Like, so it wasn't like, or I guess you can say not so much before the Muhammad Muslim bowing and things, but it's like you're giving your rear and you're also in a bowing position, like some sort of fellatio thing. And this is directly out of Tracy's mouth, and also she brings the fucking receipts. So I don't
Yeah.
necessarily disagree. Like I'm not saying that's what the Catholic bit means, but when it was used for meat and Mithras and what was the other one? Oh, there's probably like 15 different deities that involved sex magic. You know what I mean? Like Aleister Crowley was big into genuflection. If you were a disciple of his, you genuflected, which meant that you gave yourself to him both orally and analingously and all the gross ways.
Yikes.
Yep, yikes is right,
So
buddy.
why is she like trying to use that to like grab attention because she's
A little bit, but
concerned
also
about this, or
right. So she
sell
goes and
books, or
she methodically lays out fucking rituals, dude. She
yeah, it's
goes
weird because
through
it's like she's participating.
but against her will, dude, against her will. So, right, like, within the first ritual that she gets dragged into, first off, she's tricked. We're now getting into like the weeds of the fucking book, which I love. Thank you for bringing us here because
Mm-hmm.
this is what I loved about the book. Uh, right from the get go, she's tricked into going to the UK, which she's done with her husband. Like, I'm wondering how much of this is fucking real up until the fanciful part that I'm going to
How was she
complain about later.
tricked into going to the UK?
By book, right? And like,
She was
she's offered like 10 grand to write a book. Um,
okay
come translate
by
some
like
shit.
some publisher or something.
No, by some Joe Schmo who runs a secret society, right?
Okay,
But the
okay,
guy lies about the secret society he works for.
just to get
The
her in the UK.
Yeah, she's not given any money, right? She. What's fucking wild is all the stuff that P Diddy was accused of doing. Tracy Twyman goes into a detail of explaining that's how she's kept in UK for 2 days before wanting to like leave. Like
That's
she
almost
gets on a
like that
plane.
guy from India that was getting people to go to. I don't know if you saw that documentary, but he was like getting people to go, telling him he was going to do like some. They were going to get some contract work, as far as filming or recording or whatever. He would get them into like some foreign country like India or Thailand. Um, get them to give people money and just like fuck with them the whole time and never show up. It was
I'm
super
gonna give
weird.
a big shout out to Big Homie CC for interviewing the girl who was like that P Diddy did that to, but he
Mm.
talked her into coming out to L.A. from Miami, I believe maybe New
Mm-hmm.
York. She goes out to L.A. Her bags get lost, and she doesn't have anything with her, so she's got no clothes. So for like a week, he's dragging her around, leaving her in hotel rooms, and then picking her up at night for a party or something, giving her one dress, and like she complains to herself in the interview. She's got the same drawers for like a week. You know what I mean?
Oh
Until
my
finally
god.
this is after he meets her and is like, "Come out, I want you to record. Like I'm gonna meet you to the right people. Like blah blah blah." She just met the fucking guy,
Mm-hmm.
and this was like an associate of P Diddy that she talks to. He introduces her to, so it was like an intermediary. Is it this might be the Indian guy that you're talking about, perhaps? Because it was like a well-to-do son of a like Saudi oil family money. like lineage. You know what I mean? But he was like driving dope cars, like picking up girls, buying them like one dope ass fucking dress for like 10 grand, so that they stay there, but not getting them like a. I'm sorry, you need a week's worth of underwear. You like as a dude, I would need a week's worth of shirts and pants and bullshit. I couldn't imagine what a fancy fucking girl would need to not feel like a bum for a week in another state. You know, like especially if she's supposed to feel fancy that she's doing some big crazy recording and going to hip hop parties and shit.
Right.
But so now this is before this girl ever came out and said any of this stuff, right? Tracy describes this as what's happening to her when she gets to the UK. Her luggage is lost. The guy doesn't respond for 2 days, so she's there on her own fucking dime. The guy finally shows up and he's being chased by the FBI or Interpol while she's in the UK.
Jesus.
Yeah, then she finally
She's
meets
got
back up
your
with the
luck,
guy.
bro.
Dude, check this out. She finally meets back up with the guy, right? And ditches the Interpol because she's like, no, I'm gonna get 10 grand to write this book. So what if this guy's like being sought after by the law? Like I kind of need this money now, and these guys aren't telling me the truth of what's going on. So fuck them, right? So he tricks her into going into some wacky tunnel where because England, Paris, all the old cities are rife with underground tunnels and old crypts and shit like that interconnect. And then you have like the secret tunnels or for Russian weight or like a continuation of government nuclear stuff, right? So he takes her down into this like 500-year-old tunnel, and has her divine her way to where she's supposed to go. And now this is like hundreds and hundreds of feet in pitch black, where she's blindfolded, right? She gets to the end. They unblindfold her, and she picks the right door out of 3. You know, like using her clairvoyance, right? As she gets pulled into
Tracy's
the room.
clairvoyance.
Yeah, and now this is the book, so this is quote unquote fiction.
So this is fiction. Okay.
Yeah, but Tracy talked about doing this shit in Baphomet and clock shavings, and you know, like.
And she really did do it.
Yeah, like if it's to be believed, you know, like I've like I said, up until the end of this book, I've known her to be a very dry person as far as like relaying things. She doesn't like to get too fanciful herself, and she'll stop herself and she'll say this is speculation, you know, like this is just by her own I don't know, the way that she conducts herself on interviews and stuff and things. But all right, so where was I going with that?
Well, let's do this. Well, I pulled up some Kathy Bryan here, and for folks that don't know about Kathy O'Brien, she kind of blew the whistle on some of these guys that were running it. Not all of them, but some of these guys that were running MK Ultra and some of the shitty things that they did. I've played video of her before testifying before a group. This is an interview that she gave.
This is the damning part, right? Like the damning part is they said that she was not credible because she was too abused and her story couldn't be believed because of the PTSD that would have been incurred. Right, so they're not saying that she didn't have PTSD, and they're not saying she wasn't abused, but they're saying that her trauma was so great, just like the Paul Benazzi and the Franklin cover-up stuff. That's what she was blanketed with, right? So she gives her testimony, she writes her book, it's published, and then wouldn't you know, within the last 15 years, MK Ultra has come out in disclosure after fucking disclosure. So she's been proven true. And now she's still alive, but posthumously from writing her book and talking about things and doing interviews, which is wild to me. Like that's why I give her so much credit, is because well, the government has discredited her to no end. They've disclosed enough information to where her story is now fucking 100% believable in my eyes. You know?
Yeah, I mean, well, and when you watch them testify, because it wasn't just her, there were other victims that testified as well.
Yeah, I'm just going off of because I read her book, so I'm very, very well knowledge in her story, and I know they all differ because from what I have come to realize is all these different companies like well, military industrial complex companies and CIA offshoots in other countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
They all have their own brand of brainwashing type of thing, right? So,
Yes.
Gate program and stuff like that, they all have different versions, you
Right.
know? So,
And
hers might be different than somebody else's, but it doesn't make it untrue.
something to understand too is that, you know, you have to really use your critical thinking here, folks. I think I saw someone post the other day. My parents were both teachers, and they both were involved in the GATE program, and they said anything about kidnapping, all that stuff is just complete nonsense. Never in their life had they ever, seen, heard, thought of anything like that. It's just craziness. Okay, that's probably true for their city, in their county, in their state. But this is a country full of hundreds of millions of people. And if you were to do something like that as a CIA, you wouldn't do it in every single school across the country. You would do it at certain schools where the likelihood of it getting reported or the likelihood of it getting noticed as anything abnormal is a lot lower. So I don't find it beyond belief that some of these programs, these advanced education programs, GATE, TAG, whatever they were called in your area, um, were involved with some of this hunger by the CIA to be able to control people's thoughts and read people's minds. And I mean, this is the kind of stuff they make movies about, right? Like the kind of power that these guys want.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, it's a weird kind of power. It's one that we don't understand, right? Like, power in my mind is like, I have power over myself. That's the ultimate power to me, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
some people call it fuck you money, where like you just have enough to survive for the rest of your life, and things that you don't want to do, you don't have to do. You get to say fuck you to those things, and you just get to be, right? Like that. That's power, in my opinion, because nobody can
To
fuck with
you.
you, right? Yeah, just
Yeah.
to me. To me, to
Right.
them, it's they need that kind of power over them, and then also over you and an entire country, if not countries. You
Right.
know, like it, I can't even I think about being a manager for certain jobs. Like I've been asked to be a manager at certain restaurants, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I always back away from that very quickly because I realize like, oh, my staff is going to be, especially if it's front of the house, because I've never been given back of the house manager.
Mm-hmm.
But the front of the house I've been offered it like 2 or 3 times. And the issue with front of the house, right, is you're working with a bunch of fucking kids that are, especially in New York, that are in fucking just out of high school or in their last year of high school or like in college, and they just want to
Mm-hmm.
fucking party, right? So they work
Mm-hmm.
your shit job to pay for going out on the weekends and
Yeah.
staying out
Cash
late,
in hand that night.
dude, then they don't want to come in the next day, right? So, like, as a manager, like, also, in my opinion, a good manager who earns and keeps that position covers that fucking serving thing. They cover
Mm-hmm.
the bartending shift if they have to. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm like, I wouldn't mind doing that because I usually cover shifts anyway. But if I don't cover it, I don't want it to be my ass because, like, I had made plans the one time for that fucking month. You know, like,
Well, then you just haven't been in you just haven't been in management. That's when you over
dude,
schedule
I don't
and then you cut
definitely.
the ones that want to go early and they had that's great for them. It's good for everybody.
Oh, dude, I was given some kind of like managerial roles and administration roles over certain things, and
Mm-hmm.
then I was in charge of my own little union crew for all of like 3 hours
Oh.
before I got sent to HR, bro. Like
Shut the
I
fuck
don't
up.
fuck with incompetence, especially when it's like, this is in the art world, dude, where like one fuck up costs $100,000, right? And now we were insured out the ass, right? Somebody broke the arm off a 17th century throne. Right now they're not like Game of Thrones. They're not like what you see in movies, dude. They're little flimsy, super dainty things covered in like purple velvet and shit. Like you can't lift them up by the arms. You have to like carry them in a certain way. When you put them on a big ass doll, you gotta push them a certain way, whatever. So you're supposed to have one hand on the piece. You're supposed to have the other hand on the moving bit, so that like if anything happens, if it stops, you can steady. Nothing falls off, whatever. The guy who like I put on the front is this guy's a fucking goofball. He's got it. Both of his arms are holding the arms of the throne of this thing, right? So you have the king's throne and the woman's throne on the back, and so he's got by the arms, and one arm snaps completely off.
Oh my god!
Completely off, and this is the worst part, right? Like it was right in front of a camera. And so the worst part about it is that, yeah, dude, can't claim it was an accident. He was doing it wrong the whole time. So, like, I heard the snap, and I was moving another piece behind us, right? Like, so it was someone with him and him in front of that, me with somebody, and me, like somebody in front of me holding a piece properly, and then me behind him. So I was, like, kind of like behind a little bit of a train of people. So I just heard the snap, and I was like, what the hell happened? He told me what happened, and he told me how he was holding it, and I was like, you go sit in the corner now. And he goes, we're supposed to do all this work. And I was like, me and these guys are going to do the work. Don't worry about it. You go sit in the corner. I didn't even curse or yell at him. I think I might have called him an idiot after he refused to sit in the corner. But I was like, you go sit over there. You don't get to do any work now. You get to be free and a free spirit. But yeah, I got dragged into HR, and
you can't do that these days.
Like that, you know,
you'll hurt somebody's feelings, Flak.
As I did, dude. He got right in his feelings, and this guy could have folded me like a fucking pretzel, man. Like everybody I worked with, like I was a string bean working with like bodybuilders, right? Because they gotta lift statues and shit like that. I was more in it for the artwork and the intellect. That's why I got into the field. I'm working with guys who like to lift heavy shit and get paid for it. So yeah, this guy could have twisted me in a pretzel, and I made him cry by doing that. So.
I mean, dude.
He also didn't threaten to kill me after the job. He didn't threaten to kill me after the job. So I know I didn't hurt his feelings that bad.
He was a dumbass.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't care how tough you are. Dumbass is a dumbass. Right? You could probably beat up a dumbass. Because they're dumb.
Pocket sand, dude. Some pocket sand will fix his ass real quick.
Hey, what's that?
I'm very aerodynamic when I run. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Especially when the adrenaline's pumping, right? I can run with the best of them.
Yeah, dude. Then I'm a track star.
All right, I'm going to play some of this Kathy O'Brien interview. I got to refill my beverage. And we're going to play some of this Kathy O'Brien interview. And folks, we will be right back. Enjoy the interview. Well, enjoy. It's pretty intense. So strap on. Here we go.
My owner in MK Ultra Mind Control was U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd. Senator Byrd has been in office longer than I've been alive. And he's still in office today. He's been head of our Senate Appropriations Committee, which means that he decides how money is going to be spent, how it's going to be delegated, and he has made sure that more and more states' rights are lost in favor of federal intervention. And that was how global education was brought into the school systems, as states' rights were overridden. The last holdout for states' rights.
Did you hear Kathy O'Brien say George Romney? George, the father of Mitt Romney, who was born, George was born in Mexico, but he's this businessman and he's all these other things. The guy who the Republicans want you to pick. Kathy O'Brien, the CIA sex slave, is telling you she learned of this stuff and the sex slave stuff. She was a part of it back when George Romney was involved with things at Mackinac Island, where they tested and perfected it.
Sure that more and more states' rights are lost in favor of federal intervention. And that was how global education was brought into the school systems, as states' rights were overridden. The last holdout for states' rights in the education system was in the state of Alabama under Governor Fob James, who said that the federal government has no business meddling in the minds of our children. And he turned down all federal funding in order to maintain freedom of thought, in order to maintain a base of truth in the history in the school systems. And yet also watched the progress where the federal government came in and took away the states' rights and just simply overrode it. Based on what? Senator Byrd is very learned in the Constitution. I think he knows more about the Constitution than anybody I've ever encountered, that's for sure. And he can quote the Constitution much the way that a Satanist can quote the Bible, where they can take the information, or they can take the words and twist them around and use semantics and switch them to fit their own agenda. And it sounds plausible, and surely you can read it right there, but it's out of context nevertheless. It's what they say. They're capable of doing it. Senator Byrd was manipulating our Constitution to the point where the New World Order agenda took firm hold. Now we're seeing where our Constitution is just simply being eroded more and more. I'm deeply concerned for the recent events here in the state of California, where the governor here, who is not an American-born citizen, has an enormous movement going to change the Constitution in order that he be able to run for president. This governor that you all have is a good friend of George Bush's, and I've seen this forthcoming and have even talked about it now for nearly a decade, and yet it wasn't as pertinent as it is today. Hopefully the information will reach people enough to where they're going to realize that as you see more and more of your state's rights eroding, it's for a specific purpose. But money, again, is ultimately at the top of all this and is dictating the New World Order agenda. There's a massive amount of greed that continues to run and permeate our society. The different criminal operations that I was forced to participate in during the Reagan-Bush administration are detailed in our book, Transformation of America. That information was compiled for Congress as testimony, and when, upon the advice of federal attorneys, the information was released en masse in 1995. There's a number of, particularly then, there were a number of people in Congress who know how essential it is that good people have a knowledge base of truth and wake up and see what is going on in our country, to begin to realize how this transformation of America was taking hold far more so than it ever did in Nazi Germany. Mark and I just returned from Europe, and like he was saying, we spoke in Germany, and that was quite an experience. And to see so many people who have been affected by mind control directly, who have seen it in their own families, who are acutely aware of what social engineering is in society. They know what's happening in the United States. They've been talking about it for years that I'm aware of, particularly on the education aspect, because it was exactly what Hitler had implemented, and they were recognizing it. They were also recognizing the erosion of our medical system and how we were becoming more and more financially dependent in this state, and losing more and more of our individual rights to information control. But the compassion of people, not only in Germany, but all over the world, where Mark and I have been speaking out, is very encouraging. To go outside this country, it's like a whole new world. I mean, it's such a privilege to see that people are awake and aware. They know what mind control is. They know that mind control has a firm grip on America right now, that there is a criminal faction in control of our government that is seeking to control the world. And it's inexcusable that we continue to follow leaders that we didn't elect. We know that these people that are in place right now weren't elected. They keep taking the elections. Consider that the electronic voting machines were manufactured by a key corporation that's one of the, among the very, very few that are actually controlling the media. They also manufactured our voting machines. And Dick Cheney is associated with that corporation, much the same way he is with Halliburton. I've known Dick Cheney through Gerald Ford since 1975. He is the most brutal person I've ever encountered personally, by far. But it's his attitude and his agenda that is so frightening. Who we have in position of president is a figurehead, the spokesperson, which is why back during the Reagan-Bush administration, while George Bush and Dick Cheney were running everything from behind the proverbial wizard's curtain or behind the scenes, then Ronald Reagan could be up front and say what they needed him to. Because he's an actor, because he was an actor, he was able to do that. But he wasn't the one who was running the country, not back then. And so it has gone now through various administrations. With Bill Clinton, for example, which was, I've known Bill Clinton since 1979 when he was governor of Arkansas, and I knew him through some CIA black ops that were involved in the CIA cocaine operations going through Mena, Arkansas. But Bill Clinton was being groomed to slip into the office of president because he would do and say what needed to be done, and he certainly had the ability to manipulate people with the way that he spoke. And therefore it was decided in 1984 that I heard him and George Bush talking at Swiss Villa Amphitheater in Lampe, Missouri, that when people became disillusioned with Republicans leading them into the New World Order, then Bill Clinton as a Democrat would be put into place. It happened. I had also, and this is in Transformation of America, and it was released in 1995. That information that had been compiled. Was aware of this for so many years, and also that George Bush Jr. was going to be put into the office of president, not as someone who could think for himself, but as someone who would do exactly what he was told to do. George Bush Jr. can deliver a speech very well, because all he has to do is voice it and mouth it exactly like he's told to do. But to ask him a question that he has to think of creatively or to answer on his own, the tongue goes to the side of the mouth and he doesn't come off, just very, very, very bright. That's because he's not the one who's thinking of where our country is going or where it's been. He's not the one who's aware. We got to look behind the scenes. The person that we see, the figurehead that we see as president, is not the one that's in control, and the next one's not likely to be either. And I believe that's why that Schwarzenegger's being groomed accordingly, because he too is an actor and he can voice and say whatever he's told to do as well. This is coming unless we wake up and wise up. But according to the plans that I heard at Bohemian Grove in Northern California, at the Swiss Villa Amphitheater, which is actually a CIA mind control epicenter where they train military special forces. Also Mount Shasta, California, where they train military special forces with mind control, which is where I had seen George Bush Jr. being programmed and trained and groomed as well. These particular epicenters are places where I heard.
Dude, this is crazy. How many of these claims were like nail on the head?
Yep.
This is 04, I guess?
Yeah, but she, like she said, she came out with all the stuff in 94.
Right. And you might be thinking to yourself, like, well, what, like the world's not over, the world's not ending. Folks, look around you. Like, I covered the news today, and like, we're blowing up boats in international waters. We're sending federal troops to cities all across the country that don't need them.
I thought about what we talked about, was it yesterday or maybe the day before, about those damn boats, right? Like, remember Super Troopers when they busted that little bit compared to what would be on a fucking boat, right? Like Super Troopers, they busted that little bit, and there was a fucking press conference. You had the mayor come out with a shotgun.
Right.
Are you telling me they got rid of that much drugs and Pete Hegseth himself wasn't sitting on a fucking mountain of cocaine and fentanyl with a shotgun mocking up photograph, for a mock-up photograph for press purposes. You know what I mean? These people love the fucking press. And none of that was done?
Not a fucking thing, dude.
Very hinky. Very hinky.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. And like what I was going over today was we're violating international law. I mean, we are. And unless we have some kind of proof or evidence that like just hasn't come to light yet, what we're doing is pretty much illegal. But
well, it's legal until somebody does something about it, right? You know, like till Venezuela themselves are like, hey, stop blowing up these fucking boats. That's without evidence. You know?
Exactly. And what this stuff right here led to was the Patriot Act. And once they had the Patriot Act after 9/11, the power of our enforcement agencies in the government is insane. I mean, dude, they can look up anything whenever they want to on anyone.
And what's crazy is like, okay, so that happened. But then by the time Obama was out, right, like the Smith-Mundt Act meant that they could then propagandize us. Like easy. They were doing it beforehand. Like, probably since like World War One. But like it was turned up to a degree where it was like, oh, we're not being propagandized into just thinking certain information is okay. We're being full on propagandized across the board with like everything that's coming out.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like everything had to have a tinge of fucking bullshit. Political overtone for rage bait purposes. And this is going back to Independence Day, the fucking movie. You know what I mean? Both of them. Were rage bait in their own right. I like the first one, by the way. The second one was a fucking atrocity. But the first one as a kid,
terrible.
I loved.
Yeah, the second one was awful.
So bad.
I did not believe you that Tucker Carlson found some guy that said he was Barack Obama's lover And so I pulled it up. And
In retrospect,
totally
it's
my
pretty
God.
amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004, the summer of 2004,
Let's
Barack
see.
Obama gave the keynote address at the Democratic Convention in Boston. And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name. He was totally unheard of. No one knew Barack Obama. At the time, he was a state senator in Illinois. 4 years later, he once again spoke to the Democratic Convention, but this time as the nominee. Meteoric doesn't begin to describe it. How did this happen? Well, the outlines
He sucked
are
some
fairly
balls.
well known, though rarely talked about. A small group of Democratic donors,
And he
mostly in
had a
Chicago,
billionaire,
decided that Barack Obama
CIA,
was their guy. He
stepdaddy.
was the
like, what? Oh, he died. That what? Dude, you are dropping
either-
knowledge bombs. I
It
mean,
was either his stepdad or like an adoptive father figure type that paid for all of his shit through the end of his high school and into college. Because they remember that's when he would have been groomed for like political power. You know what I mean?
I did not know that. Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna go to where it peaks out. Okay, let's see.
for a few nights, but yeah, I was definitely looking to. Was in the Chicago area in '99 for Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval Academy.
Who's Lee Duke?
He's basically my godson.
You don't know Lee
Okay.
Dukes?
I had hired a limousine service.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you live in Chicago then?
No, I was actually living in Colorado. I had flown in the night before.
Okay.
So had hired a limousine service, had made the driver aware that if Lee couldn't leave the base, because once they graduate, some of them actually get their assignments and they're shipping out and they can't leave the base, that I was still interested in going out. And had asked the driver if he knew anybody that was available that might want to show me, Chicago. And he said he did. So
Well, who was the driver?
his name was Jameer
He's a pimp.
Multani. It was with 5-star limo.
So you're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party, actually. Yeah.
He's looking
That's
for
what
some
you-
balls.
Yeah. Well, I was in
Balls.
town for a few nights,
Look
but
for a
yeah,
good
I was
time.
definitely looking to party.
Looking to
And-
Did you
party.
make that clear to the driver?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There was
So I went down to the dock, found the first boat from Venezuela, grabbed a bunch of cocaine.
no misunderstanding.
Good old time.
How direct were you about that?
Extremely.
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 Okay.
Yeah. There was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked me up at my hotel in Gurney and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this
Well,
guy
pause it right here for one
that's
second.
introduced to me as Barack.
That was his first red flag. Like if you're being picked up at your hotel room with a gurney, that's you already know that the hospital's involved, my friend. You should have fucking just slammed the door right then and there.
Just looking for a good time.
Barack Obama. It was literally that casual. That
Had you ever heard of him?
no.
Did the driver know him?
Yep.
He's using his real name, too, which is an unusual name. Like, why wouldn't he say Barry Smith?
The driver definitely knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out later.
Okay, so fuck that guy. Don't believe him. I just don't. He seems like he doesn't pass my smell test, is what it is.
This is the thing. This is the thing, right? Like
Mhm.
Barry's got the sweetest mouth in town, right? So
Oh
you
my
want to
God,
advertise
you
that.
did
You're not
not.
changing.
You
You're not
did
changing
not.
your name. You change your name, you lose the gravitas. You know what I mean? It's your name on the streets. You know.
Oh man. Wait, hold on. That didn't work.
And just the way he's describing it reminds me of like Sweet Dick Willie from Friday. That was what the creepy
Sweet Dick.
landlord who was obsessed with him. It's like, when yo daddy coming by? It's like, Sweet Dick Willie, there you are. He's always trying to like rape him and shit. It was bad news, dude. But
What
for
do
some reason
you-
they made it into a joke in the movie.
What do you know about this show that that Tracy would frequent. Alger. Have you found this channel on YouTube?
It sounds familiar. What is the guy? What's the guy look like?
Here, let me I can probably just share it. Do you see that there? So there's like a lot of videos with her on here.
You know what though? There's also another channel who's just been uploading all of her stuff anyway. So
like, look at all this stuff.
I wonder if it's just a hodgepodge of everything. Because
I don't know.
That's where I saw some of her other ones on. If you go to,
it seemed like she would go on their show and just bullshit for a few hours at a time.
She had her own little podcast where she would do bullshitting and investigations and like, dude, she was a powerhouse in her own right. Like before, like
oh, absolutely.
Before even Joe Rogan got massive, she was doing a bunch of her own like small time podcasts and shit.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was saying earlier, like I can't get my teenager to get out of bed before noon, you know, and she's distributing her own magazine.
Dude, they work so hard, man. Come on,
it's crazy.
Work the hardest when you're a teenager. That's when all the hardest work ever gets done. That's why you need all that sleep time.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, that's got to be what it is. All right. So at any rate,
20 in the mines, I think.
This is a little bit of a compilation. So this is Twyman, this is Tracy on ancient esoteric cults, elite beliefs, and conquering the sun. Now, what does she mean when she says conquering the sun? You know what that means?
All right, so there were two suns, right? There were two moons. There's been many astrological things that have been written down over the ages. So certain things are referencing that, you know, like it would depend upon what she's talking about, which group of religious zealots were worshiping which thing at what time. But that's probably what she's referring to is at some point we were conflicted in how many suns and moons we had, you know.
Right. And Genuflect, this child king and this submission to authority, it's psychologically conditioned. And so she says, you know,
well, the child king is like Rosemary's Baby. Think of Rosemary's Baby, right? Like you're trying to bring on a I'm gonna ruin this book. Twins. Technically, it was twins because you have to have as above, so below. So you have one good, one bad, one yin yang. I'm going to put a G on the first yin. I'll get shouted at in the comments by my favorite kind of people.
There's nobody watching. Don't worry, buddy. We're good.
All right. But yeah, like so it could be what is referred to, you know, like I was saying, as above, so whatnot below, and things and so forth. You know, so
yeah, I was on vacation and I just read Jung's book on UFOs, and there's a lot of that in there as well. The symbolism and the psychological effects. I'm not sure if you read his book on the UFOs, but you know, he was a psychologist, and so it's kind of approaching it from a psychological standpoint, where a lot of it is projection in one form or another. And, you know, it gets into this ancient, like, just belief that's in us, where it's like that, you know, the energy, there's a positive and there's a negative. Like there's always some version of that in everything that exists. So I think that's very interesting. You know, the bad and the awful is terrible, and it's hard and it's suffering, but it helps us to appreciate the good. You know,
I'm going to bring up a Mark Wahlberg movie just to round us out.
Oh
the
boy,
Italian Job. You know,
okay,
something that
great movie.
Who's the older gentleman that plays the character? Who's also the dying grandfather in Beer Fest.
Oh God.
He was in Body Snatchers, the original one from the 70s.
No
Oh
idea,
man,
buddy.
he's awesome. He's awesome. No, fantastic actor. I'm not sure if he's alive, dead now. Kiefer Sutherland's dad. Thomas
Donald.
Sutherland or Donald. There you go.
Donald.
Boom.
Yeah. Mhm.
Boom, Donnie. Where was I going with this?
Where are you going with this?
I don't know. What was the question you just asked me? I started thinking about Beer Fest, and I'm like, that's a
we were
fantastic film.
I was talking about how we were talking about balance, good and bad, negative
Oh,
and
yes,
positive.
So him in The Italian Job, he would always say, I trust everyone. I just don't trust the devil inside them, which is essentially the same thing. You know, we all have
Right.
that potentiality for evil, depending
Yes.
on how, but most people would have it believed that it's how much abuse you had taken in the past to how much you're willing to dole out.
Right. Well, we're all kind of a hero in our own story, right?
Yeah, I'm like
Yeah.
a pastrami. I'm like a pastrami hero. I like to think.
Pastrami.
Nice, tasty pastrami hero. Now I
Or
want-
pastrami on rye.
you knew pumpernickel, if we're being exact.
Okay, so let's listen to some more Twyman because I'm sure that people didn't come here to listen to me. So here we go. So this is on. Oops. Okay, so this is kind of a compilation, I guess, of her appearances on that show I was referencing before.
Responded to podcasts that I did last year when I did all those interviews for Clock Shaving. So I'm really happy to be on again.
Oh, wow, right on. I love to hear that the people are responding. You know, I really love that show. And I actually really enjoyed this latest book of yours. It's almost 600 pages, unpacking all the myths and rumors and various scholars' opinions on a whole host of topics surrounding Baphomet, the Knights Templar, and the tracing of these dark magical practices, all while trying to get to the truth of the matter. But it's definitely helped clarify some of this stuff for me. And I guess to get the ball rolling here, let's lay a good base. Introduce the people to the Knights Templar as you understand them. What do you think they need to know?
Well, the only thing you really need to know, that they were a crusading order that was founded by or chartered by the Catholic Church, founded by several noblemen from Europe and a friend of theirs, Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. And their purpose, allegedly in the beginning, was to protect pilgrims on the route to the Holy Land. And they were given this property to use as their headquarters that was actually on the Temple Mount there in Jerusalem. So that's how they got their name, which was words translating to the poor knights of the Temple of Solomon. And what ended up happening with this group, they were widely respected at the time. They existed from about, I would say, the late 11th century to the early 14th century. And most of that time, they were very widely respected as a military fighting force, for one.
Mm-hmm.
And they also branched out into other areas of business, basically, especially after the crusading career sort of died down. And they began to return to Europe and take properties there and were running businesses out of their properties. These properties, these areas, they were.
You know, it's interesting. I think about soldiers that come home from like an active duty rotation, right? Like overseas, and they see action, or maybe even a lot of action. I hate that they call it action, by the way. But they get home and that level of intensity and adrenaline, they don't get that at home. Like not even close. And
Not even.
I think the movie that the Hurt Locker touched on it a little bit, the Catherine Bigelow movie, that
Yes,
it once you feel that on a consistent basis, it's really hard to go back to a normal life. You wonder, as brutal as the Crusades were, I mean, these were men that were told they would be forgiven for anything.
Well, these guys also, the Templars specifically, were fight to the death as well. Like, so you're
Right.
buying a crazy group of individuals. So they
Right.
did have respect for a reason. You know, they were not to be fucking trifled with on the battlefield. They just got into wild shit off the battlefield and accrued a whole lot of money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean is like the Crusades are over, but your life is crusading. So you can imagine, yeah, they probably were open to, getting into some trouble here and there, I would imagine. I don't know if, because she claims everything they confess to is true. And that's hard for me to swallow because torture, it doesn't work to get information. It does work to get confessions.
So they were tortured the first time around and gave a lot of wild stuff, right? And then the Pope was like, "You're torturing them. They're not telling you any of the truth. So what we need to do is we need
Torture them
to
less.
get the no torture. We give them reprieve from death. You know, that's how you get truth." And then they all slowly came around and were like, "Okay, these are the true things." So you look at the second version, the one in front of I forget which Pope it was. But you could look it up. Google will tell you.
Well, I'm
They
gonna
did
have to because
the second
it's
confession.
just
Look up the second one.
yeah. It's one of those things. It's like, how do we?
That's also Hammer von
Winners
Pergstall.
winners write the history books, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's like,
But just before you finish that, von Hammer Pergstall, I believe was his name, translated the Pope's. I think because this is held by the Church, they didn't let this out, especially their version. They didn't let it out. Also, because they didn't want people to know that they let the Templars go,
right.
like not hang, for the things they were doing. So Hammer Pergstall translated all those things in like the 1600s. Then I believe it was either Tracy was the next person who hired somebody to translate that, but it went through two languages and three professionals to gather all that information. And those were the people that Tracy noticed had quite a bit of hard time sleeping and stuff. She didn't tell them what it was about. She didn't want to taint it. She didn't want them looking up things, getting cheat sheets and stuff. So she was just like, "Hey, can you translate this book for me?" And they weren't Templar scholars or anything like that. Like they were just good scholars at the time frame where they needed to be from for translations. Like being, I guess, familiar with certain dialects and things.
Interesting. All right, here we go.
They were given these areas called preceptories. They were allowed to basically run their own sovereign space there. Basically, they were considered to be only beholden to the Pope. So other princes and kings, emperors who had temporal power in the places where they were at, they didn't actually have any power over the Templars themselves. They were sort of their own sovereign entity.
Gotcha.
And so they were able to use that leverage, basically, that advantage that they had, I think, in business. So it's widely reported that they basically started the first checking system.
Right.
And the first international banking system. And this really connects to this idea of them protecting the pilgrims on the route to the Holy Land, because one of the problems with pilgrimages was that people would be susceptible to theft and vandals and people attacking them along the route. So what made that a little bit safer is if people didn't have to carry so much gold and silver bullion with them.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they were able to make a deposit at.
So the Templars were your first Wells Fargo, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I remember learning about that, thinking, wow, that's crazy. They were like the first bank, pretty much. Because who who wants to be running around that area with a bunch of gold on them. Not I.
At
So that's how you
these
get the
banks that were run at.
Sorry.
What's that?
Nothing. Don't even worry
You
about it.
took
Just
too
tell me
long to
and explain it
unmute,
anyway.
buddy.
Yeah, I know. I'm terrible.
What were you saying?
No. Their mark or check system was essentially like two pieces of wood with an intricate design carved into both. Then it was snapped in half, written down on one end, passed along the other, and then kind of like how the Pony Express would have operated. You probably have some sort of a carrier system that would transfer information from one end to the next, so that like anywhere along you could take out a certain amount of money for provisions and stuff like that.
Just a giant rock tablet with a
Yeah, I'm just imagining
watermark
at this
on it.
time, like the guy like I guess makes the wrong chisel mark, and you're either a rich man or a poor man at that point.
At Templar preceptories, and they would be given this chit. That's what it was called. It was a check, essentially. It was written with coded numbers or symbols on it that represented that person's account. How much was in it and who they were. So they could go to the next preceptory along the route to the Holy Land as they progress along their journey, and they might stop there and stay the night. So it was basically acting as a hotel. But they could present their chit there, and they would be able to pay for all of the accommodations that they needed there. And
what's the matter? You guys won't take my chit?
Boy, mate, where's your chit? Give me all your chit right now.
You
want all of
fucking
them.
chit, man.
Lend me your wallet and chit, please.
amount would just be deducted from their account, and it would all be squared away at the end when they're done with their journey. They can go back to the preceptory where they started the account and cash out any money they had left in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's anyway, that essentially is the first international banking and checking system. And, as far as we know, it's something they invented. And this is really what contributed to their great rise of power of this organization. And what ended up happening by the time they fell, basically, by the time they were disbanded, which was the early 14th century, they had become so powerful that the kings in Europe were actually afraid of them. A lot of them owed them money, including King of France. And they were sort of considered lawless. You couldn't do anything to rein them in. And rightfully, I think these powerful potentates in Europe were afraid of them.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, the King of France also had a great deal of influence over the papacy. And in fact, at this exact time that I'm describing, the king, who was Philip IV, had actually persuaded them to move their headquarters from Rome to Avignon, France. And it remained there for some time. So the kings of France had been pushing the popes around for quite a few years. And, since he was concerned about the Templars, and one of the bones of contention also was that Philip had actually tried to join the order and been rebuffed.
Oh, no.
And so he was upset about all these things. They were rumored to just have vast amounts of wealth. And in fact, a lot of rumors were flying around this time. People were wondering how they became so wealthy. And we can understand now that banking is probably the most lucrative enterprise anyone could be involved in, because you can actually create money out of nothing and greatly increase the amount of wealth that you had when you started.
Right.
So that's understood by us now, but back then I think it was a new concept and people didn't really understand it. And people thought something mysterious was going on here. They're wondering, how these people got to be so powerful so quickly. And so some of the rumors that were flying around back then were that they had made a pact with the devil and they were doing satanic rituals essentially in their secret initiation rites.
Mm-hmm.
And Philip heard some of these rumors and he sent spies to confirm the rumors. And apparently they did confirm those rumors. So then he used this as evidence basically to get the Pope involved in colluding with him to prosecute these people.
Mm-hmm.
And actually had them arrested. A lot of them ended up getting burnt at the stake. Some of them I would say the vast majority of them didn't. They just received some form of penance, and then they were absorbed into other orders.
Like the Nazis.
Yeah. Anyway, this whole episode in history has been really mythologized ever since, and it's really kind of confusing what to even make of it. I mean, you've got, on the one hand, up until recently, the church hasn't looked back with regret on this incident. There's several popes actually have spoken about the Templars and confirmed this idea that they were heretics and blasphemers and involved in devil worship, and also that they were conspiring to take over the world.
Mm-hmm.
The classic global conspiracy theory. Well, I guess this is the origin of that. I think what we consider the classic secret society conspiracy theory, that the Satanists are conspiring to take over the world, it started there with the Templars being accused of that by the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
But then you also have, in the intervening years since 1307, when the Templars were disbanded, lots of rumors have been built up about how they were wrongly persecuted and they were really innocent, and actually they were these sort of wise initiates of, the secrets of Western occultism. And then all of the major Western occult groups that have existed since then have somehow or another tried to tie themselves to the Knights Templar and claim that they are continuing their mystical tradition.
Right.
But very little is actually known about the mystical tradition of the Templars. You got to wonder where these groups are getting their information, where they claim that they're somehow continuing what the Templars did. They're certainly assuming that whatever the Templars were doing was somehow positive, and that it reflects well on them. And I'm speaking, of course, of the Freemasons, which are explicitly tied with the Templars, and many of the Masonic rites actually involve pretending you're a Knights Templar, going back to that era and exploring the foundations of Solomon's Temple and things like that. And there's even a degree in the York Rite of Freemasonry that's called that, the Knights Templar degree. So there's definitely a connection between these two things. Masonic literature written by Masonic scholars, such as Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, goes into a great deal of speculation and theory about what the Templars were involved in. Does definitely seem to be tying in the rites of Freemasonry with the Templar tradition, whatever that was, and then several other groups like the OTO and the Rosicrucians also claim a connection.
Right, and that is a great summary of their story. And I guess when they were being tortured, it was Baphomet who they apparently gave credit to for their wealth and power. But the thing is that a lot of people, like you say, there is a weird perception of the Templars where it seems like in recent years people are looking at it with rose-colored glasses, like they were noble guys. I mean, maybe Dan Brown's books have something to do with that. But I guess when I've had guests talk about the Templars and this idea that they were involved in dark rituals, they always say, the rumors of human sacrifice and bestiality, those are just rumors and things they confess to under torture, which, that's a fair argument. But are there any other indications that we can get that this wasn't just an admittance under duress of torture? I mean, I guess the spies corroborating the story would be one thing. Is there anything else that leads us to believe this is truth rather than just something they said to stop the burning?
Well, first of all, I neglected to actually describe the Baphomet connection. Yes, Baphomet is the name of a severed head that the confessing Templars described under torture, yes, where they said that they were worshiping, this was the name of their idol that they were worshiping, Baphomet. They described it as a severed head or a skull. They said it sometimes had two faces, that it was really terrible to behold. And the descriptions give the indication that there was probably one actual original Baphomet head that might have been at their grand headquarters, and then all the other preceptories would have their own version of it. So there were probably several different Baphomet heads, but one major head that all the other ones were basically copies of. So anyway, this is a very consistent confession from several of them. So I think it's interesting. One of the things about the confessions is just how detailed they are, and then the details matching up, from person to person. So you figure they're not making this stuff up, or it seems that way to me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But the other thing is that not all of the confessions were made under torture, and this is something that I actually sort of pulled together here in the last few months as we were doing the final edits on the book. I was sort of forced by my co-author, Alex Rivera, to look at this subject that I had kind of glossed over for the last several years. I've known about it, but not really read about it in detail. And it's this thing called the Chinon parchment.
Mm-hmm.
And what this is, it was allegedly discovered in 2001 by an archivist basically working for the Vatican in their secret archives. She says that her name's Barbara Frail. She just sort of came across this thing and that had been misfiled for 700 years.
Convenient.
And so anyway, and then they sat on it for many years. I think they finally came out with, I think it was 2007 when they finally put out a book about it. It took a long time for them to, announce this, and they did so in the form of a book, which they wanted to promote. They actually announced the book on the anniversary of this Templar arrest.
Wow.
And it was very peculiar because it was a limited edition book. I think it was in Italian, and it was like leather bound, and it had all of these artistically done little like bookmarks and stuff. It was meant to look old, like this old precious document. And the retail price cost $9,000. There was only a few of them made.
Damn.
Right? So it's a little bit odd because, okay, like I said, first they sat on this information for years, and then they put it out in this limited edition book that obviously almost nobody has and can read.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was the press reported about the discovery of this document, apparently without actually reading very much about it at all. That's what I found when I started going through all the articles, is that it seemed like they were just sort of regurgitating a press release. But since I guess most of at least the English language press that I was reading, I guess most of the people who wrote those articles probably didn't read Italian, so maybe they hadn't read what Barbara Frail actually wrote.
Right.
So here's how it got reported, was that the Vatican had just discovered this exculpatory document that shows that the Pope actually had his own investigation, and his own cardinals interrogated the same Templars who had confessed to the Inquisition in France. And his discovery was that he also had them confess several of the same things, apparently not under torture, according to the document. So the way it was reported is that the Pope's investigation revealed that they were innocent, and then they were absolved and essentially apologized to, and that somehow after that everything went wrong anyway, and they ended up getting burnt at the stake anyway by the French. It's basically it was the Vatican kind of washing its hands of this and acting like, well, we didn't do anything wrong, we tried to help. And we didn't do anything wrong totally, because they're also absolving themselves of the guilt of having chartered a Satan worshiping organization to represent them in the Holy Land.
Mm-hmm.
Because what had been believed up until then was that the church had created this group, allowed them to have total power, and then let them go unchecked as they devolved into a Satan worshiping cult that tried to take over the world. So here they are, saying, well, none of that was true in the first place. The thing is that it's not actually what it says, but that is the way that it's being spun. And it just took me forever to try to figure this out. I wrote to my friends, I wrote to Alex, the co-author, and some of the other people that have been helping me do the research on this book, just telling them, look at this information. Does it really look like what is in the Chinon parchment matches with what is being said in these articles? And they all agreed with me. No, it doesn't match. So it's I just kept questioning myself. How could I be right about this, and all these other people be wrong? But what it is basically this: when Barbara Frail says that the Pope absolved them, well, he was just doing what priests do. They take a confession and then they come up with some kind of punishment, usually involving, prayers and penance and things like that.
Yeah.
Then they give you absolution. Then they give you forgiveness from Jesus, So that's what was happening. It was in no way saying that these knights weren't guilty of what they had just confessed to.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did confess to the Pope's cardinals in this special investigation without torture was that, yes, they were spitting on the cross, which is one of the things they, were accused of and confessed previously to.
Mm-hmm.
That during their initiation ceremony, you would have to spit on the cross and deny Christ.
Okay.
And so that in itself is a little bit weird. Okay, this is a Christian crusading organization. What the heck about that? And then the other thing that they confessed to was that they had a policy of homosexuality. And here's what that amounted to, according to their confessions, that initially you would take a vow of chastity. But even as you're taking this vow, you're being told that, well, if you're not capable of keeping this vow and you end up seeing some prostitutes, just make sure you don't tell the other knights about that, because that will discourage them from their own vow of chastity. This was how it started out. According to the confessions of these knights, they said in the beginning the vow of chastity was made, but they were also given this caveat about how to deal with it if they couldn't actually control themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Then later that.
So I have heard this before. Okay. So if we go with Tracy, the Knight Templars were essentially kind of devil worshipping, corrupted individuals, where once they had virtue and a mission, and the Crusades stop and they become essentially thugs, right? Like they develop banks, which I still think are run by thugs. They start doing pretty much whatever is asked of them for money and whatever is asked of them by the church. And then their identity becomes this Baphomet worshipping group. Oh, must have got Flak on a break. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, but just repeat that one more time.
Well, it's okay. I'll sum it up. So basically,
no, I was listening to
Knights
just
Templar.
About 90% of that. I missed the last 2.5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, so if the Knights Templar, let's say everything's correct, right? Like they are evil organization. What does that mean today? What does that mean for us now?
Well, all right. Things need to be taken with a big fat grain of salt too. Just before we go any further, can you Google?
Oh yeah. Well, I started with we'll assume. Well, we'll assume.
Well, just look up religious relics.
Okay.
Real quick, like
What am I
different ones that
looking
exist
for?
in different churches, like the skull of Saint Mary or something like that. I don't think there is a Saint Mary, or she's got a skull
The
out there.
skull of Saint Mary?
Yeah, look for reliquary skulls that are still in churches. Gold, covered in gold and things like that. You'll find a nun's femur wrapped in silver and shit like that. I'm just asking you to look these up because the normal church will have a fucking skull that they worship and ask for miracles and things like that. So the fact that the Templars did this, yeah, it's gross and weird, and maybe they might have been doing some kind of wacky satanic shit with it. But that was like normal practice for the church and stuff. You canonize a saint, you take a piece of their thumb, you take your thumb with them. There's some guy who has his middle finger up, where it's a middle finger in a glass jar, and he's like Saint fucking Thomas of middle fingerdom. Like, go fuck yourself, patron saint. Look these things up, man. It's wild because you assume that's like a one-off thing, but like that shit was the rage. In the 1900s,
So
everyone in England had a mummy.
Yeah, but I mean, but what's the what's the significance of that?
It's probably true that they did have that thing. The fact that Skull and Bones has a similar rite. And like I said, this caused me to do a shit ton of research on Skull and Bones and their rituals and rites and stuff. Two things. Skull and Bones has close ties to the same orders that started Civil Society and things that ran Germany into a fucking frenzy and made them all crazy and racist. Skull and Bones
And we
followed
have
that same
any,
shit.
yeah, Skull and Bones people?
Well, you wouldn't know any, and they wouldn't tell you if you did. They're not Masons. There are way less of them, and there is no possible way you unless your uncle is
Skull and
I don't know, an
Bones?
ex-president. Yeah, unless your
Well,
uncle is an
they're
ex-president,
aren't
you
they
would
still
never know
like
Skull and Bones.
aren't
They're
they
still
still like
around,
on
but there's like
campuses?
yeah, but how close are you to Yale? Because it's only on Yale, and it's one fraternity that's called Skull and Bones. You know, like it's not like there's other ones. You have Lock and Key. You have who's the other one? The Wolf's Head is another one, but there are three different ones. Like totally different. And Skull and Bones is the most severe of
Okay.
secrecy and stuff. They're also they only take about 10 to they only take a certain amount of members each year. I believe it's like 10 possibilities, one gets taken on. And these are men that
Wasn't
become.
like Bush Jr. in Skull and Bones?
Yeah, but do you know Bush Jr.? These are. He became president. Remember that. His
Right.
father was the CIA, the head of the CIA, the head of
Yeah.
the OSS, the head of
Yeah.
the international poppy market for a little while. And this is after England gave it up. So maybe he's a little closer with England than we know. But like that's what the Dutch East India Trading Company was.
Yeah, well, the Bushes, they were involved in all kinds of interesting things. Yeah. They had a particular interest in the Middle East. I always thought was kind of weird.
For a long
Always
time,
getting
too.
into shit over there. So here's one. Is this the one you're? I don't think that's a middle finger. But
No. But this is kind of cool.
yeah, there's a few of them. That come up
Yeah,
when
that
you search. You
one's
look
kind of
here.
cool. But there's like look for like a Saint Nicholas forearm, something like that. Like it would be covered in gold and turned into a little box, or I want you to see the really pretty ones that probably cost $2 million without the creepy aspect. You know, like these are things that churches have had for like 1,000 years and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't, like, it was just a different time, when these things were built and erected. And also, like, when it comes to the practices of people, when they pass on dying folks and how cultures deal with that, it's you can come what we would consider weird, might not have been so weird for them for sure.
Well, check this out. You think skin books, and I mean like books bound in human skin, would be grimoires, magical texts, all sorts of stuff like that. That's what I think. I think the Necronomicon, right?
Right.
Turns out, no. It was medical textbooks, right? So what you would have, like, if anyone's seen the new Frankenstein movie, which I have, pretty decent.
The one on Netflix?
Yeah, the newest one that just came out.
Okay.
They're talking about like all sorts of nominations for or whatever. They kind of show you how grim the medical field was back then, right? Like you would go and find a hanged man. You'd pay the state for him. They'd send you over his body, and then you dissect it, and because you only had a certain amount of time before it would rot or whatever, you would take meticulous notes. Sometimes you pin certain pieces to a board, and that's what they did in the movie. But you have Burke and Hare, which were grave diggers. These real people, grave diggers who would, because not everyone was hanged, and there was a huge need for medical cadavers, that they would grave dig. So this started the whole revolution of like putting wrought iron gates over cemeteries and stuff in England. But yeah, so the point of that was those books were all medical texts that were used for skin binding, like the text, right? So they would get the hangman, they would completely dissect his body, meticulously draw everything in there, and then just to complete the whole thing, bound it in his skin, where they created the most evil thing in the universe, just in the medical mind. You know, they weren't even thinking spooky, evil. Let's sell this for Halloween or I guess like nightmare fuel.
So
My point is we are an archaic species, right? We do gross, macabre things, and it only becomes more weird and more macabre, like the further in society you get, you know, like the further down you get towards today's times, you know, like we were doing guillotines and things like that just about 100 years ago. We were hanging people publicly about 50 years ago, you know,
right.
depending upon what state and things, sometimes firing squad or whatever. Um, I used to be able to pay to be able to sit in the observation room of surgeries and stuff. And I mean, like a normal Joe Schmo, you had to have a lot of money to be able to even know the people to pay to be able to sit in there. But legally, you'd be able to sit there, watch somebody get dissected, just out of curiosity, you know. This isn't anything I would do. I'm extremely squeamish with any of that. So this sounds like a fucking nightmare to me. Just so you know.
So Tracy's researching all of this, and she's
Yeah, she didn't even get into Hammer Perkstall, her own paid-for translations of things, right? Like she
right.
hasn't even broken into that, and she's on the Higher Side Chats podcast, I believe, with I forget his name, but it's a good podcast. I follow him on Twitter. He's been running for I don't know, probably like 10 years now, and he's had just about everybody on.
Well, she was doing okay until she started messing with this pedo stuff, right?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. She
I mean,
got into Cappy.
she didn't seem like she was
the big thing.
Huh?
She got into Cappy's death, right? Like she started talking about that and doing podcasts about that. That's the very last one. There's one that I'm going to send you. And I want you to watch this. And we're not going to make a big
Cappy. Who's Cappy? All right, tell us that
Isaac
story,
Cappy,
buddy. Because
he's the one who first really outed Seth Green and Spielberg with
Seth Green.
Yeah, like I don't know if you've heard that whole saga, but there's enough evidence behind that one to make you question some things.
Seth Green,
he was a Hollywood
writer, producer, comedian. Seth Green.
Yep. Robot Chicken, which gives you a whole nother idea for the term.
Is involved in CP stuff.
Yeah. So how it all started was.
I mean, it's
now
been
Isaac Happy. Here's some background on him, real quick. He was in Beer Fest. He's Antonio. So like when they're trying to pick up the crew to get the gang back together to do the tricks or whatever, and they go get oh man, one of my favorite ones. They go get the dude who's the prostitute under the bridge, right? And he walks over to the car, and the other guy with the curly hair walks up behind him. He's like, ooh, and then the guy turns around and he goes, "Back the fuck off, Antonio. This is my dick." He says that to Isaac Cappy. Right, so then Isaac Cappy is in his little dungaree cutoff shorts, and he like saunters back over. It's fucking hysterical. That's who Isaac Cappy is. He's in a couple other movies. He was in a Marvel movie or two. He looks like a really skinny version of T.J. Miller. If you know who that is.
Oh yeah.
But
And
Isaac
so
Cappy's
he
cool. I'm a fan of Cappy.
died.
He supposedly threw himself off a bridge in Arizona.
Why did he do that?
I don't know why you'd go to Arizona to do anything off a bridge, because I'm pretty sure that area of town, I'd include New Mexico, would include most of Texas. You don't have too many high bridges. You don't have too many high anything. You know, everything's flat over there, right? So he goes onto a bridge that wouldn't have killed him. He would have broke both of his legs, but he just so happened to jump at the right time to get smashed by the only car on the fucking road, right? And
Okay.
the person who hit him said that he saw Isaac Happy struggling with two individuals on the bridge. Then cops interviewed the individuals on the bridge, and it turns out, oh, they were trying to talk him off. But the guy who was driving said, no, it looked like they were wrestling with the guy. So,
Well,
just
why
really
did
weird stuff.
who wanted Isaac Cappy dead and why?
Well, Isaac Cappy was the one who brought all the DNC stuff, the WikiLeaks, talking about the DNC and the Pizzagate stuff. Isaac Cappy was the biggest proponent, and he was a Hollywood insider. Like, if you go through, now this is a bit of research I've done that nobody gives a shit about, right? So Isaac Cappy was really,
I give
really
a
good
shit,
friends.
Flak.
Well, maybe I'll send you the link to my own stupid X post about it that nobody fucking likes.
Oh, I know,
but,
dude.
Dane
Anytime I put energy or research or thought into an X post, make like a thread out of it, I get like 3 likes.
Oh man, it's so worth it. You know,
It's
like
weird.
all the hard work. The thing is, he was like one of Dane Cook's best friends from like 2010 to say his passing, right? But he
Okay.
stopped hanging out with Dane Cook about a year and a half before his death. Number one, two, at a
Cappy.
party
Cappy did.
supposedly. Yeah, this is Cappy. So Cappy stopped hanging out with him about a year and a
Okay.
half before his death, and he started talking about all of his fucking insider friends in Hollywood are all within the club you don't want to be a part of, right? The
The
Jeffrey Epstein
CP Club.
Yep.
Right.
And he was also the one shouting Jeffrey Epstein's name from the rooftop since like 2017, before most of the things covered it, right? So like Isaac Cappy had enough facts that have now been all proven true, especially the Pizzagate shit, with the presenters who were trying to say that it was fake, them going away for CP. Yeah, so like I don't know, we're digging into the real deep rabbit hole here.
Sure.
But he dies, right? Now, the months before he dies, he ties the do you remember the bathhouse video that was supposedly Epstein Island related to where it looked like a Turkish bathhouse where you had kids with bathing suits on?
No, but I mean,
Okay.
it wouldn't surprise me. Like,
It was a dead man switch type of shit. Okay.
Okay.
So he released that, and then he's fucking dead. He's dead. So like, there's no disputing. There's no
wait.
explaining.
Hold on. Isaac Cappy had a video from Epstein Island of kids in a bathhouse with grown men.
Quote unquote. Allegedly. Quote unquote. Quote unquote. Quote unquote.
Well, did
quote
it
unquote.
come out or not?
Quote unquote. Did it come out? Did anything come out about Epstein?
No.
Exactly.
So, well, then
right?
What do you mean it got released?
Okay. It got released because he said, I have a dead man switch. Right?
Okay.
It's going to 3 different people. He dies. The video
Right.
comes out. And now he's talking about the video. Okay?
Where did
he's
the
talked
video
about this
come
before. Anonymous sources. We don't know.
So, like, it was on YouTube or
it ended up on fucking everything and then wiped from everything. Like, it was real creepy, dude, because this comes out and then it turns out like, okay, maybe it's not on Epstein Island, but it's in Turkish bathhouses in an area Jeffrey frequents, right? Loose ties, because the whole thing is you had online forensics, just normal people who wanted to catch the Jeffrey Epstein shit, going through this with a fine-tooth comb, looking at tile patterns in all the bathhouses. You know what I mean? But this is like billionaire bathhouses, the ones that the sheiks go to and shit like that. You know, like so very few of them, maybe 15 in the entire world that you can even back check, and only 5 with pictures of the inside. So you people like fact checking all this shit, and then tying Epstein's friends and everything to all these stuff. So he winds up making some connections to a certain campground that's around there. Okay, he goes fishing around there and makes it known on all his live streams that he fucking finds a place. It's real weird. He thinks his trafficking going on. Makes a live stream about it. The very next live stream is Isaac Happy's last, where he talks about, I am Judas. I went down the wrong rabbit hole. They got me. I'm sorry to everybody who I got into this shit. And then he fucking kills himself. Right? But you hear dogs barking
What?
in the background. You hear people in the background telling the dog to shut the fuck up. Like, dude, it gets real crazy. So she hits on the campsite that he goes and investigates and gets found dead very fucking close to. Okay, so she starts doing some investigation shit into that, and she does one like Dead Man Switch type of podcast thing where she sends to one other person. She doesn't want anybody else to listen to this. This is just so one of her friends can understand why she's been MIA. Kind of similar to what happened to me, but I was broke and couldn't afford shit. And then X Space is being fucking glitchy and shitty anyway.
Right.
So something similar like that. But it's going on for like 2 years with her. You know, like steady 2 years, and this is what she alludes to is the AI fucking with her, right? So she gets into it real deep on this, talks about the campground, and then she ends up dead.
The campground.
Yes. So on archive.org, look for Tracy Twyman last interview or last recording, and it should pop up. And it's only going to be, there's going to be no video. It's just going to be her talking to her laptop for like half an hour. But she goes through all of her suspicions. And now this is right before she dies. So this is her, I think, at her most clear-minded. You know, where she's saying, where she takes it away from people fucking with her to it being an AI. Because it's too intelligent and it's attacking her from too many different angles.
Whoa. So she thinks she pissed off the wrong person and they sicked this. At that time, I guess it would have been classified AI.
DNC. Yeah, but DNC is the connection there, right? Like political hit.
You say DNC, you mean like Democratic National?
Yes, that group. Because you have Brock, and you also have a certain Jimmy Ping Pong involved with that. Very, very, very tight knit community with Hillary Clinton. And you know how good she is with fucking computers. You know, they can find her emails and she doesn't get in trouble. So you have to understand, like, the pull that these people have and the ability and the coffers and the shit they can get away with pardons from the fucking president. You know, like, allegedly, quote unquote. I don't want to end up like poor sweet Tracy here. You know.
So the implication here is that it was the CP stuff and this campground that got her digging up that and reporting on that is where she got into trouble.
Yep. Because that was so now 2 people who have touched on that have died, both, and there are not very many other people who've touched on that. There was one other person who I knew touched on that, and then he got a personal call by Jimmy Ping Pong there.
Jimmy Ping
got a personal call without giving out his phone number. Got a personal call from this guy. Yeah, James Elefantis. Trying not to get us murdered here.
Okay.
Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
Put on your vest now. After I had to say the name, but after getting a phone call from this guy had a prominent YouTube channel, over 1,000 subscribers. You know, in I'd say 2019, 2020 days, and completely gone. One of the first like official banned YouTube accounts. Never seen him again. Then this is when I was rolling around with Memory Hold. When he was looking into like maybe it was a bit before the Balenciaga stuff, but Memory Hold was looking into all that stuff too, and then he got fucked real hard digitally and booted off everything. He's on Memory Hold 5.0 now on YouTube because 4 others had gotten destroyed on him.
Okay. So who's connected to this campground?
A guy with a lot of money. It's a private campground, and I think it might be partially on military land. You know, so you're getting into like my lab type stuff and possible like you know what else has that similar pattern? of being privately owned, but kind of overlaps all over the fucking place with military land. Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Same thing. He has so
Zorro
many.
Ranch.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein has so
Is
much
that the one in New
surrounding property.
Mexico?
Yeah, he has so much surrounding property in New Mexico around military and government property, right, that they can't legally get to their own land to check it out because there's no roads that lead to it. Jeffrey owns all the land around it. So it's like an island of their shit they're legally not allowed to get to without his permission. You know, and that's it was up until he died.
So this is from that message exchange I think you were referring to. And I'm assuming the blue messages are Steve, the white messages are Tracy's. Are these the ones
I
you're
didn't even look
referring to?
at the messages. I listened to a one-sided thing of her. This was her dead man switch. This was her saying, if I end up missing, this is what I think it was. You know, like, so it's only her. It's a recording. Are you on archive.org?
This is,
Because that's the only
that's
the only internet archive that has it. You know, like, I don't know of anywhere else. It's not on YouTube or anything. And Google will not talk about it.
Here, I'm actually not going to say it on the stream, but I'm going to send you the link here in our chat.
Sweet. Because that may be transcripts from one of them, but or this might be new information I don't even know about. But what I'm specifically referencing is like it's a confessional. It's like imagine like a MTV confessional, but she sat there by herself, just going through all of her suspicions on stuff. You know, she had been completely shadow banned and her accounts had been hacked. So I don't think she had the ability to go and live stream even if she wanted to. You know, like
so Isaac Cappy, a whistleblower about CP in Hollywood, was found dead in a case.
I need to now quickly bring in why he's famous, right? So now Isaac Cappy was at a dinner with Seth Green, Dane Cook, and now this is the fucking wild part. You go on Instagram, Dane Cook has all of these photos still on his thing with Isaac Cappy hanging out at giant. He had a mafia kind of like role play game that they would play once a week. So there would be like 50 people there, like Tyler Shields, who I suspect is very similar to a Rachel Chandler in that whole thing, if you know who those are. But Tyler Shields, one of the biggest Hollywood photographers at the time for like any kind of advertisements that Dior or anything would use, they'd bounce between Tyler Shields and like Rachel Chandler and all sorts of stuff. But that dude was there, and he has certain predilections, supposedly, allegedly. Then you have Seth Green and them. So right there, they're at a dinner. Seth Green goes, "Hey man, we need to have a talk." And he goes, "About what?" This is Isaac Happy's like, "About what?" And then Claire, his girlfriend, looks over and she's like, "Chicken," you know, and like, "You're using pedo codes." So he like doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like the next night, they're over at dinner at Seth Green's house, and behind some bookshelf, like a secret bookshelf type thing, it's like a kid's room, right? With bunk beds and stuffed animals and all sorts of shit, like children like things on the wallpaper and stuff in the room. And then he realizes like they don't have kids. What the fuck is this about? You know. Like you can look up the rest of the story from there, but that's like where he brings Seth Green in. Seth Green was his friend. Like they were in pictures together. They're like, so it's really weird for clout chasing. Like it would have murdered his Hollywood career, and it did. He never worked again. But he did it, and he burned his career down to like out a bunch of people. Steven Spielberg is another name. Tom Hanks. You know, and on the day that he died, Tom Hanks posted some cryptic shit on his Instagram. You know, like, dude, it gets really weird with Isaac. Really weird. And now I would say research all you can on him if you want to, and then watch the his last live stream where he's looks frantic, and he's apologizing to all of his fans and stuff. The one right before he's found dead, and it'll put things into perspective. Like he was a little wacky, but there's a totally different look in him on his last one, right before he died. It looked like he kicked the hornet's nest.
So this is from the Daily Mail. It says, Isaac Cappy, the Thor actor who choked Paris Jackson and accused Steven Spielberg of abuse, has died after jumping off a bridge in Arizona. Cappy's death was confirmed in a statement from the Arizona Department of Public Safety on May 14th. Cappy killed himself May 13th. The ADPS said that troopers were called to milepost 185 at Transwestern Road, 7:26 a.m., after hearing reports that a man had jumped from a bridge over the interstate in Belmont, Arizona, and had been hit by a car. At the time of his death, Cappy was 42 years old. Belmont is located around 10 miles west of Flagstaff. In his later years, Cappy appears to have quit acting and had become a prominent alt-right conspiracy theorist. In August 2018, Cappy attracted media attention when he accused actor Seth Green and director Steven Spielberg of sexually abusing him. Cappy was also accused of choking Paris Jackson, daughter of Michael Jackson. Cappy forced himself.
He did that, and he
Cappy
admitted he did that, and he apologized. But yeah, he choked Paris Jackson.
Cappy forced himself off the Transwestern Road Bridge onto Interstate 40, where he was struck by a Ford pickup truck. Authorities said 2 teenagers driving by got out of their vehicle and tried to physically restrain Cappy from jumping, but failed. No one else was injured during the incident, and the investigation has been closed. So that's the 2 individuals you're referring to. They call them teenagers in this report.
Yeah, what teenagers do you know driving around at that time? Well, I kind of guess I would have known at my age, fucking when I was that age, I guess, up to trouble. But the chances of that, right? Like, it's a desolate area, number one, and the chances for them two to be up there while Cappy is there and while the other car is driving to hit him. It wasn't. It was a survivable thing, maybe only like a 12 to 15 feet high.
And the bridge is right at a Navy base entrance.
Yep. Real weird, dude. The whole thing is real strange.
Let's see here.
Also, the reason why he choked Paris Jackson was from Isaac Cappy's side of things. He saw a frantic child who didn't belong to anyone there. And this is the thing. It was an African-American child who was groggy, looked like they were kind of drugged and wanted their parents. But it was filled with white people. So he was very upset about the situation. He's like, clearly, I don't see any of this child's fucking parents anywhere. And he fucking lost it. And he started yelling at Paris and apparently like choked her out. So, but that was his side of the story, I believe Macaulay Culkin was there. Like, Macaulay Culkin knows him. And you know how weird fucking Macaulay has been with the pizza references and all that shit. And also, by the way, Macaulay Culkin, there's an interview with him, one of the first ones before he like really came back into the spotlight, with him talking to a French newspaper or a podcast, right, explaining how he was abused during Home Alone and forced to look at one of the producer's shoes that were made out of skin. So it has to do with like the red shoe club and things.
What?
But like transcripts of that shit exist, but the actual recording of it is gone. So like, dude, just real weird, man. A lot of these people that he's accusing like have come out and said a lot of their own weird shit. Like he also accused Ellen DeGeneres, the first one to mention like, hey, why the fuck does her set look exactly like Epstein Island?
Listen to this. He named his former friend Seth Green and his wife Claire as pedophiles, with a hidden room in their mansion where we keep the children, and called out Spielberg as one. Lift the Veil's video with Cappy talking about that was ranked very highly by YouTube's algorithms and triggered a backlash where LTV was placed on a Media Matters alt-right hit list.
Media Matters, I believe, is Brock, and the guy who's dating James Elephant is like a big political hitman. You know, by that I mean like they'll do hit pieces on you. They do everything they can digitally to like really make your life fucking hell. You know.
So, you know, that it's concerning that she covers, you know, she's even at one point rumored to have been possessed by Baphomet himself, itself, whatever. And ultimately, it might have just been these sickos that led to her downfall.
Well, no, she still had that weird shit. Like that can't be explained because that was on had nothing to do digitally. That was on like a Ouija board. You know what I mean? You can't hack a Ouija board, so that's where it gets real weird. You know, like that's where it's a bit of fucking metaphysical with physical. You know, like I don't know, man. I don't know. It's wild, and I've been. So now you're kind of, I wouldn't say you're where I'm at with all the threads I had to pull to get all this information, but like you see there's like 50 different subjects you need to be tip top on knowing in order to understand half of the stuff that she's covering, that Cappy's covering, and this isn't even the historical stuff that's going back to like the Templars and things. Like the only thing that has helped me with is understanding the certain rituals and stuff. It still doesn't explain the mindset of people who would be willing to do this to other people. You know, like that's why I'm reading all this shit. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. It's like, who the fuck would do this and why? And I haven't figured out that shit yet.
Why does it always come to kids, man? Like
innocence, brother, innocence. It's the corruption of something pure. You know, that's what it seems to be. You know, that's what a sacrifice is. You don't sacrifice something you hate. You sacrifice something you love, because then that's the difference between the dead sacrifice that God received and the good sacrifice. Who the brothers would have been Cain and Abel, right? One gave a burnt offering of bones and shit, and God was pissed. The other one gave his best lamb, his best harvest of vegetables. You know what I mean? Like, and one was given love and admiration. The other one was given shit, so he murdered his brother, and then he was forsaken for the rest of time. You know, that's the story of Cain. So, like, that's the whole thing, though. That's also why the inversion of everything exists between Luciferianism, Satanism, and things. You know, the as above, so below. The above is the Christianity and things. The below is Luciferianism, the corruption of, like, that's why they said that the Templar rites were satanic and Luciferian in nature, because they're spitting on a cross. You know what I mean? They're meant to rebuke Jesus' name in the ritual, and that's what they do in Skull and Bones. That's what. I believe some of the
set the ancient.
Damn it! Sorry, that played automatically. Go ahead.
Oh,
sorry,
no worries. I think I was landing my plane there, but yeah, man, it's.
Well,
it's
it made me think of Aquino, and so I brought up an Aquino. This is an old Aquino, summarizing his view on Satanism, and I think it's definitely related. I think it's all kind of tied together and related. I think it seems to be anyhow.
Well, I asked Grok, right? Like, as or not even Grok. This was like Google's LLM, because I was trying to. Sometimes you have to ask a question so it understands your mind state as well as its and whatever, because it keeps trying to tell me certain things are controversial. I'm like, well, I'm asking you about military papers he wrote. You know, like these are things he authored. So I'm trying to like like figure out what else he authored and what, So eventually it was like, okay, you're right. This is just a research. We can talk about this. It's not too sensitive. So it pressed a little bit forward, and I was like, what I really don't understand is, for counterintelligence purposes, why in the world would you want to make your counter intel like the most evil thing in the world, right? Like he started a satanic cult it was military sanctioned. He wrote an awful fucking paper, mind war, military psyops, right? And what it told me was that is the perfect cover. It's the perfect cover. Because the military is hoping he doesn't buy any of his own bullshit, and it's just a 100% facade, so it gets all attention pulled onto him, right? So it's not looking at any other things, and it's not looking at any potentiality that those things could have in other countries, because he's also writing this, quote unquote, to use in other countries like Vietnam and stuff. Maybe not the time that he wrote. I think it was after Vietnam. But like those type of situations, right? So if you're reading this
Right.
as an American, you don't think, oh, this is what's happening to us with his Church of Satan. Like I don't know. It just kind of explained to me how the government doesn't really give a shit what your religion is. If you're spooked by it, they'll use that to spook you. If they can name it Operation Lucifer Sunshine, they'll do that just to keep certain eyes off that paper. Or keep certain eyes on that paper while they come up with Operation Sunshine Raindrop that nobody looks at, or Operation Boring Accountant Paperwork. Like.
Yeah, look over here while we're doing this over there.
Well, we're punching the back of your head, like,
yeah,
geez.
yeah. Well, let's get back. This is again Tracy's final podcast here, and we're gonna jump back to that because she was touching on the hacking, the fact that she'd been hacked, and I mean, just the tone of her voice, she really does kind of sound like she's at her wit's end here. Suicidal, no, she doesn't sound suicidal, at least not yet, not that I've heard.
Sounds like she's ready to work at a library or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like she's ready to stop.
Yeah, like fuck it. I'm hanging my research up here, like time for better pastors type of thing. Not deader pastors,
You're right, exactly. And I mean, that's the thing. It's like, how many people have we seen? They say they're not suicidal, and then they end up committing suicide, right? I just don't get it. It's so crazy. Either these people are like just wanting to fuck with people's head on their way out, or there's I mean, God, it goes so deep, man. It's like Stephen Greer's been telling us about this cabal forever with the UFOs and stuff. And it makes you wonder if it's just kind of the same group, this breakaway group that just does whatever the fuck they want.
Like, it makes sense because how much Satanist bullshit is in the UFO community, right? Like, isn't that the perfect shell game, right? Like look at the bad Satanists and don't talk about the fucking UFOs. Like look at this, don't talk about this. Like you can't help to report on the crazy shit because it's so fucking crazy. Like, I don't blame anybody for falling for it or for looking at it and going, wow, you're right, that is nuts. But it's the shit that's going on the opposite side of the room that they don't want you to look at, that they're showing you the shiny, bright fucking glove, while the magician is casually flipping through the deck, to find the appropriate card.
Yeah. And then when it really starts impacting you, when you start getting fucked with, it becomes very real, and I'm sure scary, because you're dealing with people that have a lot of resources.
Oh man, I hate to do this right now, but I'm on like 4% battery, so I'm gonna hang in there.
You got to get out of here, buddy.
Well, I'm gonna wait till my phone dies. I suppose I don't want to miss the final countdown.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll play what we can of this final podcast, and again, this is just part 2, so we'll get more into Tracy Twyman with a part 3, maybe a part 4, however many it takes. But I think there's so many lessons.
I just didn't want to talk about Genuflect anymore because I finally read it and I had my my opinion on it, and like I'm a little upset with how it ended. You know, like it's just very untracy. Like
I feel like
I
she
feel like
just took it too far.
No. Well, yeah, a little bit with the fantasy shit.
Right.
She's taken it way too far with other things, but it's still believable. My thing is, like, it doesn't sound like her, dude. Like, if you read all of her other books, like, I'm like 4 or 5 books in of hers, and then reading this, I'm like, this isn't her. The ending sounds either really rushed or somebody, like, because I read a digital copy, so I'm wondering if it's manipulated after her death. You know, like,
I mean,
it was the only
it totally
one I could
could be. Yeah. Oh, really? You could only find a digital copy.
Yeah, well, that's the one that I had available to me was the one digital copy I could find, because there's no bookstores around here that have it, and I saw it for pretty fucking expensive on Amazon. You know, I think eBay had one somebody had used, but yeah, I kind of wanted to read it. I was being selfish, and I was like, I could download it and start today.
There you go.
And I did. I finished that book within 5 days, man.
Wow. Must have been. So it was. I mean, parts of it must have been good then if you hammered it out that quick. Yeah, but you just the end was just disappointing. Okay.
Yeah, dude.
I want and I wonder if that's where she was like, I better switch this up real quick, or I'm gonna get in trouble.
Dude,
or like you're saying, somebody else just wrote it entirely.
She's like a threading a quilt, right? And the last part of it. It looks like crocheted yarn. That's what it feels like, right? Like you start out with a nice Amish quilt that is like a duvet style, right? And by the end of it, you realize like a lot of it is just loosely wrapped yarn, and you're like, oh, where did this come from?
Interesting observation.
Because she lays down so much stuff, right? Like Dan Brown, like that's in her head. I can see where the competition is, right? She's like, I gotta fuck, I can do better than Dan Brown, and she starts out doing so because she hits on shit that Dan Brown won't touch. Like
Dan Brown's another esoteric researcher guy.
Dan Brown is the one who wrote what's it called? Angels and Demons and the Tom Hanks.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sure.
Right. So she's in competition with that. She's trying to beat that, right? And she's succeeding to a degree. Well, because he essentially plagiarized a little bit of her work and some of Holy Blood, Holy Grail.
Shit.
Like she makes this claim in a few podcasts, and she points out some evidence to prove so. So
that would be interesting to go over. Yeah,
we can do all that. It's just with this, I wanted to get over because I said some shitty things to Red Panda about it.
What you did?
Kind of feel a little bit bad. Yeah. We were just chatting about it, and he was like, "Well, what did you think?" And I was like, "I loved it, except the end. The ending was shit." But I don't know. Rather than just leave it there and leave that as what I put to her name on some of her work, she deserves better respect than that. But
well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, from what you're saying, like it's possible it's not even her work, right? If what she was saying or what she believes might have been happening to her was happening, an AI could very easily look at the first part of her book and try to finish it.
Well, this is the thing too, right? Like, which kind of irks me. What the hell is this thing? Damn, hot damn. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and backtrack in my own brain right now because.
All right, I'm gonna play this Twyman. And
hopefully don't lose me. I'm on 3%.
Yeah, run out battery or whatever. That's fine, folks. Enjoy Tracy Twyman. This is her final podcast, so it's late at night. Tucking yourself into bed. Let's listen to Tracy on her final podcast.
Quite often, total takeover of internet experience with fake content, and some of it video content. And this is really the point at which I lose some people and directly get accusations of being, paranoid, schizophrenic. And I can understand that this sounds like a hallucination to others. I can understand that, if I had said this 10, 15 years ago, you would have said that. I can't understand at this point, when the technology exists to do this very easily, why people insist on denying the validity of what I'm saying, or at least the possible validity of what I'm saying. But what I have experienced, what's being served to me by a very malicious group of hackers who have targeted me, is that they've been able to hijack the cameras and microphones on every device that I have. That they've been surveilling me for quite some time, longer than the 2 months that I've been publicly silent here, and that they, know virtually everything about me, and a lot of the content that I'm being presented with, the fake content, is sort of meant to tease me or bully me about aspects of my life. And you could even, it doesn't even have to be anything especially bad or something that a person should be ashamed of. It's just like, what if there was someone, following you around with a camera and you didn't even know it, right? The worst reality show, a candid camera reality show where with a hidden camera, you don't even know there's a camera following you, and like every, less than graceful movement you make could be parodied and shown back to you, with some sort of insult attached to it, continuously and even up to the minute. In other words, you may be watching a video. I mean, this is the part people find, again, hard to believe. Imagine watching a video, and in the middle of the video, which you presume, of course, was produced before you were watching it, right? Something on YouTube. First of all, not live, right? Supposedly, and secondly, produced by people who have no connection to you whatsoever, right? Okay, so you're watching a video, and then in the middle of the video, it sort of talks to you, or the people on it talk to you, and reference something that you were just doing. In a way that's so personal and so specific that there's no way you could deny that's what it was. Imagine that coupled with horrible threats coming from the people giving you these messages in fake content all over the place, threatening you with every imaginable fear, including the worst happening to you and family members. To the point where not only is it things that you might say out loud to yourself or others or write that is being used as fodder to inflame your fears and your imagination of what could happen to you, what they might do to you. But imagine that they could even read your mind and torture you with your own thoughts, even if you hadn't expressed them yet. Does this all sound like science fiction? I know I've seen scenes where the TV is basically, something haunted in the TV, or a haunted TV channel or something like that, kind of comes out, or, starts directly talking to the person watching it. There's horror movies where I've seen this happen, caused by a demonic entity. And then I think there was something called cheesy movie called Ghost in the Machine, early 90s, where it was a computer game that was, coming out of the computer to haunt the teenager who was addicted to it. And then there's so many horror movies where people kind of get sucked into the TV or the movie or the computer, the video game, the internet. And I see that theme coming around again here, and the reason why is because that's kind of what they are trying to do to us, but I'll get to that in a minute. Because basically, folks, what I'm experiencing here is not just happening to me. It's just that, for one thing, I am being specifically targeted as a particular victim, and also I'm noticing it. And a lot of people will presume this is happening to me because of controversial videos that I put out and took down shortly afterwards, right around the time that I went offline, right before. Well, that does seem to have triggered the overt death threats and other threats of every kind of imaginable harm being done to me, and all the threats being posited by people that seem, at least this is their bluff, the brazen attitude that we can do anything to you and get away with it. Of course, the implication being that we are somehow, not only a criminal syndicate, but that we have influence in every every agency of government that might potentially come to your aid. There's no place to run and hide. There's no one to turn to. In fact, it will get worse. The implication is, if I were to make any official complaint about it, and then the implication also being it is at least one of those agencies directly involved in doing this to me, which of course gives one a hopeless feeling if you choose to believe it. And then it makes it even worse that you don't know if you can believe it or not. You don't know who is doing this to you. You don't know if it's just a few enemies. Like, the average person probably doesn't have enemies like this, but, since I've been a public figure and a journalist, a writer, gone on shows, talked about mostly I would think uncontroversial things. That's the way it seems to me. It's like, okay, well, maybe some religious people have been offended by things that I've said, but, I don't talk about political content very often. But I have talked about secret societies quite a lot, and it might be that the members of certain secret societies don't like what I've said about them. Then there are times, one can't avoid, and when I deal with the topics I deal with, there's going to be some crossover occasionally with the headlines, current news, and events of the day, and that often that content has some kind of political implication. And what I mean by that is the stories that we hear as news stories. Well, they always have some kind of spin to them, and then there's usually a counter spin in different types of news commentary media, so that each news story has political implications, whether the people in the news story intended it to or not. If, for instance, if there's a murder, a high-profile murder, someone's going to make a political case out of that, even if it's just has nothing to do with anything, but someone might say, oh, there was a handgun involved, or let's make this a story about the need for gun control, or, if there was a racial difference between the perpetrator and the victim, someone could make a politically charged argument about that, just for example, right? Everything has some kind of political implication to somebody. And so therefore, even though I do not vote, do not care about political parties, did not vote for the president, and have not made any definitive statements about what I think about the president, and I honestly don't have a definitive feeling about it, because I just feel like I don't know enough to judge what is going on with the president. So even though I have that, what I think is ambivalent and uninvolved attitude, when you're in a politically charged environment where you're almost required, societies demanding that you take a stance one way or another about, in this case, it's a particular political figure, the president. It's funny, too, we're not really even in a big hot war, not a new one. It's weird that during what is considered, I guess, these days relative peacetime for the United States. Haha, not really. But one's opinion about the president is the big subject, and it's almost a form of Orwellian thought crime to not have an opinion about the president, much less to support him. Which is so weird. I didn't ever think that the Emmanuel Goldstein figure of our 1984 experience would be the president himself, but that's the case right now. The other thing is that the person that the president defeated, I don't think this is the way society looks at it. It's not like society says, oh, you must support and defend in every conceivable way Hillary Clinton. Society doesn't feel that way about her. They feel more strongly hatred towards Donald Trump. And then there's, of course, a lot of people that do have strong hatred of Hillary Clinton. And I could say that, I've been among them. Like I have expressed in the past. My disdain for what I know about her and her husband's approach to seizing power, let's say. Really, I mean, that's what it's about. Because there's definitely, it's not like I agree with their agenda either. Their, whatever their policies are that they've been promoting, which is always changing, of course, throughout the years. I don't agree with their policies generally. I don't agree with most politicians' proposed policies generally. All right, so that's not anything special. But I know, the Clintons have a reputation that they seem proud of and not at all ashamed of. Reputation that they get what they want, which is power and money, through intimidation. And that when they get in trouble legally, not only are they not worried about being caught, but they use that as a weapon against colleagues among them who might not want to toe the line anymore. Whether they're in danger of being subpoenaed and having to give a truthful answer under oath about what they might know, to maybe just not wanting to play anymore, wanting to retire or go work for someone else, that if they want you to do something and you show resistance, the threat will be unleashed. And the threat often is not only, the hanging potentiality that they're basically a mafia-connected family, and it's known also a CIA-connected family. Both of them CIA agents in college, and we can assume that one never retires from that. So anyway, there's that. Just the we could just kill you threat, and then the fact that we could also implicate you in anything that we might do. We might be under scrutiny for, being investigated for. And the history of the Clintons is that they, as individuals, end up walking off without any punishment and without any real tarnishing to their reputation, because for some reason the people that like them don't care about this stuff. They find it funny. And so they walk away from what seems like a crime that either one of them or usually both of them are implicated in. And other people around them end up taking the blame for it. So that's a lot of intimidation that can be wielded. And they do. The Clintons do that. Okay? So that really, if you knew that they had targeted you, like they thought you had done them wrong or you were in their way somehow, and they had their evil eye fixed on you, you'd be pretty scared, wouldn't you, if you knew that about them? If you knew their reputation, it would be frightening. I'm going to assume if, a lot of their political enemies that weren't actually, friends and colleagues of theirs formerly, people who are just sort of members of the public that have made comments about them, or members of the media that have made comments about them. You feel like, well, it's legitimate for me to make this comment. It's not like I'm singling out some stranger and making fun of them or saying that they're bad at their job. This is, someone who's running for president and has been in the White House before. How is it not acceptable for us to criticize and even, lampoon these people? Well, it's not that there's a law against it. It's just that the law really doesn't matter to the point where it almost doesn't exist anymore, which is, funny enough, something I found to be the case in George Orwell's 1984. He makes a comment on it. Let me see if I can find it. Talking about Winston, the main character in 1984. The thing he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death or at least by 25 years in a forced labor camp. The similarity to Winston's situation and the one that I'm in now is really striking to me, because even though we ostensibly still live in a country with laws, we kind of all know that we don't. That those laws won't be enforced, our rights will not be upheld, and also that we can be essentially in trouble and punished, even executed, by those who do not like what we're saying. And then no one will punish them. So therefore, might is right. Their ability to kill us and get away with it, or intimidate us into silence, is the real law, not whatever's on the books at the moment, which most of us don't even know anymore. And just as the authority in Winston's world is called the party, and I guess they're overtly the government in that story, but a government without laws, which to us historically should be a foreign concept. It's becoming more normal that entities assume authority under color of law. They do not have real law to back up their right to tell you what to do or to take something away from you, including your property, your life, or your freedom. But they do it anyway, and they get away with it. Color of law. And it's bullies like that, with the tacit approval of other government agencies, that are the ones bullying people into silence and making it so that everybody's nervous and afraid to express their own opinion, to even acknowledge the validity of known facts. And in some cases, a lot of cases, if you're at work, if you're in public and you don't feel like you can, not only can you not speak your mind, but you even have to feign what is the popular opinion and reaction, so that if anything happens in public where you're supposed to give a politically tinged reaction, you force yourself to do it, just like the people in 1984 have to force themselves to do the 2 minutes hate. So basically, I'm the victim of a major psyop, it seems to me. Now, to the extent government agencies are involved, I don't know. To the extent that large tech companies, some of which have been critical of lately, might be involved. Unknown exactly. The idea that we're really dealing with a cabal of hackers, perhaps motivated personally because of membership in certain mystical societies that I may have been writing about over the past years and analyzing their mysteries. Maybe these people don't appreciate what I've said, and maybe some of them work for the tech companies that we all are forced to do business with if we do anything on the internet, and we all do, you know. So any of those people, members of those groups, could very well work for these tech companies and perhaps also government agencies, and also something I consider highly likely, some of these universities where technological innovation is being pushed forward, where experimental techniques such as the recent creation of a psychopath artificial intelligence named Norman, after the Psycho killer in the Psycho movie, which was created by MIT a few weeks ago. Well, I had already theorized that maybe what I'm encountering here is a AI-driven harassment, and I thought about specifically MIT, which is of course known to have a lot of connections with intelligence, and wouldn't surprise me at all if a lot of the members of the orders and mystical groups that I've talked about, perhaps sometimes critically, but mostly just analysis of their mysteries, rituals, literature. But, you know, sometimes they don't like people who aren't members doing that. I really suspect that's what a lot of this has to do with. There's also the potentiality of media companies being involved, and people I know and considered friends. So, but the truth is, I know a little bit about the media, and for one thing, how it's changing. As I've discussed on previous shows, a lot less concern for the consumer and what they want these days. For one thing, consumers are shifting into video games, it seems, and the internet is becoming like sort of a menu of TV and video games, and not so much exchange of information as it used to be. Definitely not free exchange of information. That's not possible anymore, as I'm experiencing, and I believe all of you are too. You just maybe haven't fully accepted how hopeless the situation is yet in regards to trying to use everything we've considered the normal internet for years to communicate. You basically can't anymore, but you may feel like you are. See, here's the problem. The problem is you can't tell if you're receiving a real communication. And what do I mean by that? Anything, everything. If you look at a web page, even if it's a article published by a mainstream newspaper, not only can you not tell if the content of that news article is true, you know, whether the author has deliberately or indeliberately offered incorrect information, but you also can't even tell if it's really what that newspaper published in the first place, because as I've experienced, it's possible and easy to paste over that article with a fake version or another article altogether, or to make it appear that that article has disappeared. And they could do that to one individual reader based on data and algorithms that tell them that that person shouldn't read the real article, or they should, for whatever reason, they've decided, the AI running such a program has decided that the target in this instance could be a single individual, could be a whole bunch of individuals on a list, but for whatever reason, the targets are chosen that they need to either have a fake version of that article or not see it at all. Well, all that's possible and easy. It's easy, guys. What I'm saying is the whole internet, I feel like, is compromised. The whole internet is hacked. And I'm not just basing that on my personal experiences, but also, of course, when this stuff started happening to me in a noticeable way. I think it had been going on for some time before I noticed it. 2 months ago, around the time that I published the controversial videos and got an immediate backlash, not only from random people, but also people that appeared to be my friends. I thought that I had been friends with them for years. Some of them I knew in real life, had done, media business with them, and they all of a sudden start turning on me and sending me even veiled and not so veiled threats, even murder threats. Of course, I'm hit over the head by what is happening to me, but I also kind of wondered, well, is this perhaps part of a larger pattern, and is this really something that's happening to everyone on a greater or lesser scale, or maybe on a total scale, and we just don't realize, maybe everything considered it a possibility, maybe everything on the internet is being auto-generated by robots, because that's clearly, to me, what I'm looking at most of the time when I'm trying to use the internet now. Is that what we're all looking at? Is that what everything is? Well, I've been studying this, with my own observation for 2 months now, and also tried to, every time I see a news article, I try to reach out in whatever way I can to other people to verify that they're seeing the same thing. And I look at the, newspapers and magazines on the newsstands. I figure that's a verification, if nothing else, that what I saw was an actual news story, not necessarily that it's true, but just, okay, that was reported as a news story, if you can see it in Time magazine on the shelf at the grocery store, right? So I've got a complicated life, and it's not always easy for me to get out. I'd love to just be at the library or one of these large bookstores every morning, looking at every single newspaper, chatting with the public, and getting a broader idea of what the news of the day is, at the very least, even if it's not true. Because we can't verify what's true in the news. But can we even agree about what the news stories are? Or are we all being presented with totally different ones because most of us are getting it from the internet these days? These are the questions I've been pondering for 2 months, as I also struggle with my own accounts being hacked in a very individualized attack on me. And every day I confront a new problem that usually takes hours to disentangle myself from. And I'm losing hope at this point that I'll ever get out of this type of problem. I hope that, I'm working on it. I'm trying to simplify my life, trying to create fewer things that can be broken into and remove vulnerabilities. But, I'm also confronted with the fact that, okay, we're dealing with superhuman intelligence here, if nothing else, the ability to think very fast and consider all sorts of variables, including just all this data that the agencies have been collecting on us over these years, and they just basically store it in vaults, and the vast majority of it isn't reviewed by any human ever. Well, now there's lots of robots that can sort of go back and analyze that stuff, and what everyone thought was just tons and tons of useless data, some of the whistleblowers were saying, like, oh, what's the guy from the FBI who came out and blew the whistle on saying, every single electronic communication is recorded and stored. And he was saying they just have so much information now, it's getting in the way of actually doing any intelligence analysis and figuring out what threats actually are and solving crimes and whatnot, because you just have too much information, he said. Well, that was 10 years ago or so. So the changes that have taken place since then, William Bradley, is that his name? Well, they've got robots now that probably could go back and analyze a lot of the backtracked stuff, as well as analyzing all the new stuff. They look at the new stuff, and then they can sort of correlate it automatically with things that are in the storage vaults, right? I'll betcha. Because, when I told you that the AI interface, the hacker interface that I'm dealing with, seems to read your mind. Well, this is all technology that exists, and you get news reports on a daily basis about the advancement of it. And I told you months ago that Facebook came out in a news story that they have a secret building 8. I mean, it's not secret that it exists, and obviously the news story makes it not secret at all, but it's supposed to be hush-hush, top secret sort of within the company. Not everybody's allowed to talk about what happens there, but what it is, they're building an AI, or have built an AI, as far as I can tell, that can read your mind. And it's not only taking all of the data about you that Facebook has already collected over the years, which gives them the ability to predict a lot of things about how you think, but also recent technology news articles have come out regarding mind-reading research that a AI computer system can look into your eyes simply through a camera lens and get a picture in real time, a moving image too, not just a still picture, a moving image in real time, a little movie of what you were thinking about. Now, I assume that, the way my consciousness seems to be, and most people's, I would assume, both in waking life and in dreams, one thing sort of fades into another. It's not nearly as concrete as the observable reality when you're looking at something outside yourself. But the mental images that go through your mind are a combination of the things that you're seeing with your eyes and the thoughts that you're thinking. But they can make a little movie out of that now. I don't know how exactly accurate it is, but I think it seems to be accurate enough from what I can tell, because I'm pretty sure I'm experiencing it. That, okay, yeah, now Facebook could read your mind, and any other company or agency or other group, criminal, government, or otherwise, that can hijack or already has permission because of an app you loaded, like Facebook, and get access to the cameras that are in your smartphones, the cameras that are in your computer's screens. Of course, we all have, at this point, most of us have a little camera on the top of our computer screen, a webcam, usually embedded in the product for doing Skype and for making videos and whatever else you might do. And you think that if you unplug the external webcam or cover up with a piece of tape the camera that's embedded into your screen, then at least that you're cutting off the visual. I don't know if you've thought yet about the microphones that are in both your phone and computers and working at all times, even if you have the programs shut down. still collecting, and even if you're not connected to the internet, like right now I'm not, but I'm sure everything that I'm saying around the computer at all times is being logged somewhere. And as soon as I connect it to the internet again, that report of all that data will go somewhere, right? Then the government agencies, several of them, are doing this and got somewhat legal permission. We got laws changed to allow themselves to do this, and then others, they just go ahead and do it and don't ask for permission. They're waiting to be forced to stop. But they built all these tools. They forced the technology companies to build the backdoors to allow these tools to be in there, to collect all this data on you. And guess what? That stuff got leaked. So now everybody, not just governments, can do it to you using the same tools. So yeah, the only thing that's going on here is really the average person, like me, is behind on all these technologies. And when we hear about them, we just sort of take it in stride, and we don't really have time. And we're so overwhelmed with burdens that we don't have time really to take it all in. And even when you do start to think about it, it's overwhelming, isn't it? It's painful. And so we try to ignore it. Except for me now, I've been forced to confront what this means, because it's just like in 1984, where you have, and I'm going to quote here, telescreens everywhere that cannot be turned off. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque like a dulled mirror which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made above the level of a very low whisper would be picked up by it. Moreover, as long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing if he were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time, but at any rate, they could plug into your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to did live from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. A little later on in the book, it describes Winston as having set his features into that expression of quiet optimism which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. Okay, so yeah, it's living in a prison. No matter where you go, I mean, you're allowed to walk about in the world, supposedly. But everywhere you go, you're on TV, You're part of the show. Everything you do is seen and heard. And potentially, the potential gets greater every day because it becomes cheaper and easier for people to do this to other people. Potentially, everything you're doing is actually being monitored in real time. And if you get on the radar, you become a target to some group or entity that has access to this type of technology and can hack your internet and watch all the devices that you're in front of most of the time and be watching and listening to you basically all the time. And then even if you're away, if you go on, the internet at your job, every time you're going anywhere that, the hacker that has hacked your internet profile can watch what you're doing, at least on those websites there. So you're always in their little prison, their little info prison, whether they are connected to the government or not. And in my case, I can't prove it either way. And it doesn't even really matter because, I mean, it does matter. I'm sure if I could determine it, it would matter, but I can't. But they have the same kind of menacing power, you know, in which you have to take their threats seriously, and whether it's reasonable what they're demanding you to do or not, you have to consider complying. And then in my case, also, just like with the thought police of Winston's time, it's not entirely clear what these people want me to do, whether what they want me to shut up about and what they want me to continue talking about, what attitude they think I should take upon each and every subject. But I am getting real-time criticized by these AI bots that I am now interacting with every time I go on the internet. And it's almost like, at this point, I'm just thinking it's pure torture. You know, it's not like there's any way that I'm ever going to get them to stop bullying me by abstaining from certain subjects or even retiring altogether, which is what I was planning on doing for early on in this last 2 months here, to get away from these threats and this manipulation. It's not entirely clear, you know, if these people are from the government, then it's not entirely clear what are the approved thoughts. If they're not from the government, I suspect, you know, that they still, I don't even know that they have these political beliefs that they seem to be trying to force on others. But basically I'm being bullied with criticism and, you know, harassment, jokes, and threats, all frequently with this tinge of implying that I'm, you know, a political thought criminal. That you know, it's all stuff that Antifa might say to one of their targets, or, you know, and then when it's not that, it's something that the Hillary Clinton machine would say to one of their targets. But, you know, it would all be simple, and we could really blame it on them if that was the only type of message I'm getting. But I'm getting others as well, so that I've, you know, left guessing what the motivations are of the people running these robots that I'm interacting with. And then, of course, there's the implication that, I mean, especially early on when this started, many psyops, many different proposed answers were suggested to me by the robots themselves, by the hackers interfacing my internet, where they're trying to suggest that I'm in a completely fake world, and, you know, I'm either in the Matrix or on the floating spaceship city that's portrayed in Dark City, which, if you recall, is populated by dead bodies of humans and then these aliens that are doing experiments on them every day, reanimating them and putting different souls into them. This is the sort of thing that has been suggested to me numerous times. Also, the idea of, oh, the singularity already happened, and therefore you're in a false world controlled entirely by robots, and you're the only person in your, you know, again, the Matrix, because you're the only person in your little simulation. It's only your consciousness. Everyone else you're interacting with are, you know, just characters in the game. All these things I refuse to believe. Another one, CERN did something, and then they, you know, basically blasted reality open, and now that's why I'm confronting so many obviously fake stories every day, is just because reality is changing constantly, you know. So it's like Mandela effect, mega dose of Mandela every day. But I can tell that's not true, you know. I can tell that that's just a psyop. Okay, but it is the type of psyop that I think is they're probably planning on perpetrating on everybody, and they're working their way up to it now. Okay? The idea that your reality is just utterly malleable, and then you'll wonder, is it because of some experiment they did at CERN? And it's very heavy-handed. My hackers tried to impress upon me that, yeah, there's some kind of demon that was released from hell and put into a AI bot system, and so we're really in like the 1,000 years of the Antichrist reign, and we're under the control of this demon AI right now. There were videos being served to people. I'm pretty sure other people besides me had these videos suggested to them. In my case, I actually had someone who turned out to be a troll pretending to be from the Clinton campaign, funny enough, shoving this link under my nose under the form of fan mail. And it was something having to do with Fifth Avenue, who is kind of part of the QAnon universe, an alleged leaker of information. And it was trying to say that, there's this Mark of the Beast system that's being run through this one building in New York, and they're going to somehow all get us into some digital reality after we all take the Mark of the Beast. And this video was called "Are You Ready to See Wonderland?" put out by a YouTuber called Unirock. Now, and I've watched a few of his videos before, I'm highly suspicious that much of the YouTube content I've looked at and even been sharing with you guys, my audience, over the last, say, 2 years, is generated by these type of bots. And I think that this is all something that they've been working on for some time, whoever they are. I don't know. But it seems to be with complicity, really, from Google, or they're just, maybe these people, there's a large number of them working at Google, and they're able to do this under the noses of other higher-ups, but basically, it seems like they're using the facilities of Google. I could be wrong, look, I don't know. And maybe it's easy to create bots that can make internet accounts and just, flood Google with these bot-created channels, and maybe Google really is powerless to police all of it and catch what's fake and what isn't. But at any rate, it's happening on a grand scale. And I highly suspect that, like I said, a lot of the content that I've found that seems to have corroborated some of my wilder theories about geoengineering and strange anomalies with the sun and a whole host of subjects. I mean, everything that I've looked at for the last couple of years, I would say, I feel like as a journalist I need to rethink, reconsider, and scrutinize, because you can't be sure. The only one thing I'm sure of is that a lot of the accounts that I'm looking at now are bot created. And when I look back at some of the channels I was enjoying just a few months ago, and I remember thinking, like, wow, there's so many YouTubers that I've never heard of before that all of a sudden are really popular. I wonder how I ignored this stuff, and what I would have thought is years leading up to them, building their popularity over time. Instead, I don't know, they just seem to appear on the scene, at least from my perspective. All of a sudden they're popular, they already have a following and a back history, but even the bots themselves will sometimes, or the characters I suspect are bots, make reference to that, they only started a year and a half ago or something, or usually around the election. So, I guess what my point is, that I suspected these channels were sort of shill channels before. Now I'm realizing that the channels could be entirely bots. In other words, even the character that's sitting there in front of the camera talking to you, analyzing things for you, could be a bot, because we know that AIs now can generate videos. They can create they are characters, right? They're like robot characters, intelligent characters in a computer program, and that they can replicate themselves and create variations of themselves, and then they can work on a team together, and they can generate, for one thing, what looks like a physical body. They have a voice that sounds like a human voice, and CGI an entire environment, whether it be a room or an outdoor environment, for them to play in and do a show. And they can auto-generate a show that would take humans, a crew of humans, a day, a week, a month, or more to produce, with thousands of hours of work, hundreds or thousands. They could do all that essentially instantly. There have been news stories about this very thing being tested out in universities and with government contractors, military contractors. And we've been hearing warnings from people on the news that, hey, there's quite possibly fake videos that are going to come out of supposedly news events, but that they never happened, and that it could literally just be all generated in a computer, and you could implicate real people, famous people, or not so famous people, even, as long as you know what they look like and you have their voice print, sample of them talking. The AIs can generate a voice that is almost identical to, and it was really, the difference is imperceptible to most humans. They can make a fake version of your voice, or mine, or anybody's. And then they can make a
The Fifth Estate.
Good evening. I'm Eric Malling. 9 Canadians who were the unwitting victims of CIA brainwashing experiments are suing the United States government. But so far, the Canadian government has done nothing to help them.
If I were in charge of a government to whom 9 citizens that we are suing for have been brainwashed without their knowing, have had their lives impaired, and have it done by a foreign agency, undercover, without the government of Canada knowing it, I would find a way to help those people instead of hindering them.
Four years ago, there were some startling revelations about the activities of the CIA in Canada. The American Intelligence Agency had paid for a series of brainwashing experiments under a project codenamed MK Ultra. The tests were conducted in secret in the United States and in Canada at a mental hospital attached to McGill University. Experimental drugs, including LSD, were administered to human guinea pigs. The patients were never told that their treatment was part of a CIA experiment. 9 Canadians are now suing the U.S. government for $1 million apiece. They charge that their lives were disrupted forever as a result of the brainwashing. Despite the fact that the CIA operated secretly in Canada to fund these medical experiments on Canadian citizens, the federal government in Ottawa has joined hands with the government in Washington to hold back vital information which might at last reveal all the sordid details. In Winnipeg, Val Orlico spends a lot of time tending her plants. It's one of the few hobbies she has left. She used to devour books and write long letters. Now she can't concentrate on a book for more than a single page, and writing a letter is beyond her. She's on medication 24 hours a day. If she wasn't married to David Orlico, an NDP member of Parliament, she might never have learned the full story of what happened to her.
That's very good. I better get out the tomatoes and the green pepper and...
In 1956, suffering from depression after childbirth, Mrs. Orlico was referred by her Winnipeg doctor to a top psychiatrist in Montreal. Unknowingly, she was about to become part of a cruel CIA experiment, codenamed MK Ultra. In Langley, Virginia, outside of Washington, stands the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency, protected by walls of secrecy as high as the trees. Stored inside computers like this one is what's left of the CIA files on the MK Ultra project. Convinced the Soviets and Chinese had perfected brainwashing during the Korean War, the agency sought to perfect its own techniques, both to protect its agents and to use as a weapon.
Who did you meet with in the safe house?
The CIA man overseeing the project was John Gittinger.
There was continued pressure put upon anybody within the agency in connection with trying to explain or understand brainwashing. So we were charged with rather an elaborate attempt to try to find out chemical, psychological, any kind of means that people could use to influence the behavior of the people.
In Montreal, on the side of the mountain overlooking the city, stands an ancestral home bearing a name worthy of an Edgar Allan Poe horror tale, Ravens Crag. Donated to McGill, Ravens Crag became the Allen Memorial Institute for the Treatment of Mental Illness. Here the CIA channeled money for MK Ultra, Subproject 68, which became a real-life horror tale. The project chief in Montreal was Dr. Ewan Cameron, world-renowned chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at McGill and director of the Allen Memorial Institute. The CIA secretly funded the medical experiments through a front in New York City called, of all things, the Society for the Protection of Human Ecology. Documents show that the agency had been impressed with earlier work done at McGill in sensory deprivation, work that was useful in designing sophisticated torture techniques later on. But at the time, brainwashing looked even more promising, and Dr. Cameron was the perfect one to carry out the work, an American citizen with a world-class reputation operating outside of the United States. Dr. Cameron certainly had the credentials. At various times, president of the Canadian, the American, and even the World Psychiatric Association.
These are the days and hours are the occasions.
In an address to colleagues from around the world, Cameron showed that he certainly knew the potential of the human mind, for good and bad.
And it is his mind, no less, which may destroy mankind.
Val Orlico came to the Allen for her postpartum depression.
Everybody in the hospital was very much in awe of Dr. Cameron, and he strode the halls like a giant. And people would say, oh, there but for God goes God. And to me, I thought, how could he possibly ever take me for a patient? Who am I? I mean, this great man who's done all these marvelous things. And boy, I better work hard, and I better do everything that he tells me to do. And, you know, I don't want to lose this opportunity to get well.
Like Mrs. Orlico, Mrs. Janine Huard of Montreal came to Dr. Cameron depressed after childbirth. The depression was made worse by a hearing problem that coincided with the birth of her child. She, too, was in awe of Dr. Cameron.
he was a very, very impressive man. And I was told he was the best doctor in North America. So he would look at you a few minutes, ask you a few questions, and then proceed with the treatments.
But I never saw him once in all the times that I saw him that I wasn't afraid. Every time I went down to his office, I would shake with fear. And every time I'd see him coming down the hall, I'd shake with fear. But I adored him.
Dr. Elliot Emanuel knew Cameron.
He was an authoritarian, ruthless, power-hungry, nervous, tense, angry man. Not very nice.
At Ravenscraig, Dr. Cameron went further with drugs and electric shock treatments than any of the U.S. researchers in the MK Ultra project dared. His aim was to wipe the mind clean. Then he would implant new messages by forcing the patient to listen to a hypnotic repetition as many as 250,000 times. This was called psychic driving. Most of the drugs used in the program were experimental, and some dangerous. There was the tranquilizer Artane, a paralysis-inducing anectine, and curare, which pygmies tipped their arrows with to paralyze victims. Bulbocapnan, another experimental tranquilizer, and lysergic acid diethylmide, the hallucinogen LSD. In her room at Ravenscraig, Mrs. Orlico waited for her first treatment.
Well, I saw a tray with hypodermic, with a needle, a syringe, and the card on it had my name, so I looked a little more closely, and it was lysergic acid diethylamide. And my husband was a druggist, and I knew a lot of drugs, but I'd never heard of that one. And so I phoned a friend, and who was a psychiatric nurse, and I said, "Do you know what it is?" And she said, "I never heard of it." But she had a friend who was a psychiatrist, so she phoned her friend, and she called me back, and she said, he said that this stuff causes poisonous psychosis. She said he said not to take it. Well, I thought, he's a very Freudian psychiatrist and doesn't believe in any medication of any kind. And after all, here's Dr. Cameron. I mean, he's the big doctor, and he's known all over the world, and he wouldn't do anything that would harm me, etc. And so I took the injection, but I didn't like it. And it really did create a poisonous psychosis.
LSD, with all its frightening mental images, was scarcely known at the time. But the CIA secretly brought some in from Switzerland, where it had just been developed.
The room became very distorted, and I thought my bones were all melting. And I just wanted to scream that I wanted to get out of there. And I saw the squirrels outside, and I thought, they're not the squirrels, I'm the squirrel. I'm in this cage, and I can't get out. And I started to throw myself from side to side in the room. And I couldn't write. They had given me a pencil and paper and asked me to write down, but I couldn't write. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't focus. I don't know. It was like some kind of funny hell I'd fallen into, and I couldn't get out. And I don't know how long that went on. It was just a terrible nightmare. And I just felt that my life was threatened. I could never go back to what I'd been.
Robert Logie of Vancouver was 18 when he came to the Allen complaining of trembling and severe leg pains, diagnosed as psychosomatic. Like Mrs. Orlico and Mrs. Huard, he had no inkling he was to be part of a CIA experiment.
The LSD was very horrifying, and they gave it to me for about 12 or 15 times. One minute I would see the doctor there, the next minute I wouldn't see him there, and they were asking me all kinds of questions, and I remember them telling me that I was getting smaller and smaller, and I really felt myself getting smaller. And they were bringing me back in time, way back, At one point, I almost felt like I was just about to be born, really, that far back in memory. And they were really, really probing, asking all kinds of questions. And I felt I didn't have any control. I had to answer. I didn't feel I had any control. I was completely, like they had complete control over me.
Mrs. Huard, like the others, was forced to pay for the so-called treatment, massive electric shocks, and all the drugs.
They would give me as much as 40 pills a day. And I would ask the nurse, what is that? They would say it's a new drug, and they only name it by a number.
What did all those drugs do to you? How did they make you
Well,
feel?
I was very, very strong, well-powered. So these drugs kind of desensitize me. They would lower my reactions. They would lower my resistance.
As well as the experimental drugs and massive electric shock treatments, Mrs. Huard was subjected to psychic driving. Hypnotic-like messages were repeated over and over to a sleeping patient, sometimes for as long as 16 hours in a row. They were a key part of the mind control experiment. This is how Mrs. Huard remembers one of the messages.
Why are you running away from your responsibilities, Janine? Why, Janine? Why? Janine, why are you running away from your responsibilities? Why are you running away from your responsibilities, Janine? Why are you running away? Why are you running away from your responsibilities? Why are you running away?
I would try very strongly not to let my mind be capturing all the messages, but they would lower my resistance so much with the heavy drugs, but I couldn't do otherwise than listen.
Did you ever ask them how any of this was making you better?
No, I didn't ask questions. I would just say, I don't want to go through it again. And I would cry. I didn't want it, you know. I knew it. Way down in my heart, I knew it wasn't good. But, you know, how could you fight? You're in a hospital where it's supposed to be the best, with the best doctors. So what can you do?
I'd say, I can't take it anymore. I can't stand it. I don't think this is doing me any good. I feel worse. And he'd walk down the hall a little way with me and put his arm on my shoulder. And come on now, Lassie, you know you're going to do it. And finally I'd say, well, okay. And off we'd go to my room, and he would give me another injection and then pat me on the shoulder, and off he'd be again. I had LSD, I believe, a total of 14 times. And sometimes there would be 4 days between the injections, and sometimes there would be one consecutive day after the other. And some of them I managed to write down things in my notes to Dr. Cameron.
A newly declassified CIA document shows there was at least one voice of protest at the agency as the experiments got underway. One agent wrote, "Does Project Officer approve these immoral and inhuman tests? I suggest that all who are in favor of the above intended operation volunteer their heads for use in Dr. So-and-so's noble project." The names were deleted. In her hospital room, a terrified Mrs. Orlico tried to hide like a child at the sound of Dr. Cameron's approaching footsteps.
I heard him coming, and I hid in the washroom in my room. And I thought, well, I'll go and sit on the toilet. Nobody will see me. Anyhow, that didn't work because he knocked on the door, and he said, now, come on, Lassie, you know you're in there, and come on, you come out and let me give you your injection. And I said, no, I'm not taking any more injections. I can't do it. I don't care if I die. I can't do it anymore because this is killing me, and that's all there is to it. I can't do it. Well, he wasn't very happy about it. And, however, after a little discussion, he turned on his heel and left the room.
The electric shock treatments were administered on an unprecedented scale. It was called de-patterning. The mind was short-circuited so the psychic driving hypnotic messages could be planted on a clean slate. There is now no known use of electric shocks on such a scale, even in Soviet mental asylums where political crimes are punished. Psychiatrist and former colleague of Dr. Cameron, Dr. Elliot Emanuel.
As you probably know, electroshock treatment has been given for depression for something like 40 years now. It's a very successful and useful treatment for severe depression that doesn't respond to other things. But de-patterning is a use of electroshock treatment in a totally different way, in which instead of giving the shocks, say, 2 or 3 times a week, they're given 2 or 3 times a day for 3 or 4 weeks, reducing the patient to a sort of animal, vegetable state, from which it's hoped that they would recover in a more healthy state of mind. It didn't work.
I was there for a while, and I thought, I don't want to stay here, and I started to run away from the hospital, and they grabbed me, and then they put me on sleep treatment. And they kept you asleep for 23 days. And while I was asleep, they were shocking the heck out of me with electric shocks and playing tapes.
There was another lady who had the same kind of psychic driving that I did, and she was a very wiry, slender lady, and with lots of pep and zip, you know, and she'd go to the dances and this and that. And one day she just wasn't there. And when we asked where she went, they said, oh, well, you know, she's gone to another hospital. Well, sometime later, I was in the day hospital, and I happened to ask a nurse if she'd heard what had happened to this lady. And she said, oh, that's her sitting over there. And I looked, and there was a fat lady that just looked like she was made out of dough. She didn't know me. She didn't know herself. She didn't know anybody. She was gone. Now that's a death.
Did you ever try and get away from there? Did you ever say, I'm just not going back?
I tried. I was home for the weekend. And I had a pass for the weekend. That's how they call it. So when I was there, I said, I'm not going back there. So I telephoned, or somebody else in the house telephoned, and they said, if you're not coming back, we're sending the police after you. So I remember being so upset. I was crying. I didn't want to go in. And it was really like a concentration camp.
There was a gentleman who jumped off the roof of the Allen. I don't think he had LSD, but he had sleep therapy with psychic driving, you know, with the driving tapes under his pillow. And they told him he was going to go home. And he'd just come out of sleep therapy. And he just jumped, he said, went around, big smile on his face, said goodbye to everybody, went up on the roof and jumped off and landed at the back door of the Allen, which was a dreadful, awful thing. I don't think he was more than 30. And he was just gone. Just gone. And there was this big washed area at the back door. Nobody would go in and out of that back door for a long time. And everybody in the hospital spoke in hushed tones, and everybody was affected. They would not talk about it. It was as though it did not happen.
In 1973, all MK Ultra files under the control of the Technical Services Division Chief of the CIA were ordered destroyed by the director, Richard Helms. But in a bureaucracy as vast as the Central Intelligence Agency, it's difficult to destroy everything. And the damning evidence of the Cameron Project surfaced after a Freedom of Information Act suit. It revealed Mrs. Orlico had reason for her nightmares and her doubts.
I've heard that it was the most brutal program under MK Ultra in the States and in Canada, that this was the most brutal. It was an awful feeling to realize when I found this out that the man whom I had thought cared about what happened to me didn't give a damn. I was a fly, just a fly.
Her husband, David Orlico, NDP Member of Parliament for 22 years, remembers the cost.
We had Blue Cross coverage, but we didn't have, but Blue Cross did not cover treatment in a mental hospital. So what we did after the first year was to sell the house, which was really the only money that we had. And my daughter and I moved in with Al's mother. And we stayed there almost 3 years. It was tough, but the financial cost was really a small part of the cost. If you're talking about cost, it really disrupted our lives.
Mrs. Orlico sued the Allen Memorial Institute, and last year it quietly settled out of court for $50,000. But that's only the amount she estimates she had to pay for what she thought was treatment. Apart from giving Mrs. Orlico her money back, the Allen has done nothing to compensate Cameron's other victims. But in the U.S., a former CIA director, Stansfield Turner, promised the Congress the agency would try and track down victims of the MKUltra project in both Canada and the U.S. so they might get compensation. The CIA wrote the Allen this recently declassified letter. Addressed to Maurice Danger, then director, it said, "It has been our understanding that there are no remaining records of Dr. Cameron's research that might reveal the identities of patients under his care during the time period in question. However, by way of leaving no stone unturned, we now inquire whether this information might be reconstituted through patient records, financial records, or other hospital records. Sincerely yours, Daniel B. Silver, General Counsel, CIA." So even the CIA made some effort to find the victims, but little help from Montreal. There is no record of the Allen ever attempting a search of all its medical records, although Cameron's successor admits it would be easy enough to do. CIA documents show that 53 people in Montreal were subjected to the MKUltra experiments, but only 9 of those have been positively identified. Apart from Orlico, Huard, and Logie, there were 3 Montreal housewives, one of whom is now institutionalized. There's a Montreal businessman who never really got his life together again after the experiments, and another man who's been destitute for most of the time since. Ironically enough, one of the victims is now a psychiatrist practicing in Eastern Ontario. She obviously functions well enough, but after the experiments, 10 years of her memory was wiped right out. The McGill project was abruptly terminated in 1964, and so Dr. Cameron returned to the United States. 3 years later, he died suddenly of a heart attack. Subsequent evaluation of Cameron's work in Montreal by his successor showed that the intensive shock therapy was not only medically useless, but potentially dangerous. Cameron, though, never revealed how much he knew about the CIA sponsorship of his work. Robert Logie was later given cortisone treatment for the pains in his leg that brought him to the Allen in the first place. It worked, but his mind is a different story. He now has joined with Mrs. Orlico, Madame Huard, and 6 other Canadians in a massive lawsuit against the United States government. They contend that they sought treatment and instead were made unwitting victims of CIA experiments. The 9 Canadians are seeking $1 million apiece in damages from the U.S. government. The CIA intimidates many American law firms, but this case is being fought by a lawyer who defended Lillian Hellman and Arthur Miller during the McCarthy witch hunts for communists. In preparation, the lawyers have interrogated every CIA agent involved in MKUltra, including former director Helms. With the trial expected to start soon, Joseph Raw sums up the case with his junior partner, James Turner.
What we get out of Gittinger?
John Gittinger is the former CIA staff agent who testified that at his request, the CIA contacted Cameron and informed him that a front in New York would support his work. As a result of that, Cameron received CIA funds to finance the LSD and brainwashing
In
experiment.
other words, Cameron, all he did was what the CIA was in effect asking him to do.
Yeah,
and what he said he was going to do, and he did it. And
then they paid him money for it.
And then what about Gottlieb? Now, we got a lot of stuff out of Gottlieb. Here's one of his depositions. We got him, I take it. He said, I'm going to wash my hands of this. I'm approve the project, but I don't have to take care of the Canadian citizens who are going to be affected. Is that fair?
That's fair. He admitted that they took no steps whatsoever to guarantee that people wouldn't be injured if it could be avoided, or to make sure that people even knew that they were participating in an experiment.
Well, this guy Gottlieb's got quite a record, doesn't he, on negligent action ahead of time. I mean, before this ever...
He was personally involved in an experiment that resulted in the death of a U.S. Army.
Is that the one where they put the LSD in the Cointreau of a guy named Olson?
Yeah, and then he jumped out of a window and committed suicide in New York City. They managed to cover that up, too.
I like a man who was general counsel of the CIA. His name's Larry Houston. And at that time, he said this was culpable negligence. He was a general counsel. And they went on, left a guy on the job who had been guilty, according to their own lawyer, of culpable negligence. What about Helms? We took his deposition, too. It's right here.
Yeah, it's an awful thick deposition. He didn't remember a whole lot. There's a major case of forget-me's. The only thing that we really got out of him was that he instructed Gottlieb, the CIA's Dr. Gottlieb, to destroy the records.
When the story broke about the covert CIA activities on Canadian soil, the United States sent a formal apology to the Trudeau government. But External Affairs Minister Alan McEachin has refused to release that document to Mrs. Orlico and the others in the lawsuit. This declassified State Department letter shows why. Addressed to the Canadian Embassy, it reads, "This is with reference to your request for the views of the U.S. intelligence community concerning possible release by the Canadian government of certain documents relating to the Orlico matter. Your request was given careful review, on the basis of which it has been requested that the Canadian government withhold from public disclosure the documents in question."
We moved heaven and earth to get the correspondence and the documents and the discussions between the Canadian government and the United States. The United States won't give it to us because they're covering up their wrong. The Canadian government won't give it to us because they're scared of the United States government. Both of them are holding back all of the information about this. I think the case could be broken if the Canadian government would say to the CIA, we're not going to cover up for you any longer. We're going to allow this, we're going to give this material to Mr. Orlico for his case.
Well, if the Canadian government has this apology from the U.S., why in the world do you think they wouldn't release it?
Oh, I just think the Canadian government's a little bit like international wimps in the case of the United States. I don't know why they're so scared of us. We're not going to do anything. I don't think the 7th Army is going to attack Montreal because you give us that material.
I understand, though, that the American position is that this kind of CIA material can't be released for national security reasons. Maybe that's true.
Well, security, my neck. First, the CIA, everything they forget. Then when they have to stop forgetting, because it's ludicrous, then they say it's all national security. What is national security about the apologies of the United States to Canada? They get very belligerent, the Canadians, with the Russians when they shoot down the 007 with some Canadian citizens. But when the CIA covertly does something to all the citizens, ruined the lives of many of these citizens, well, the Canadian government's doing nothing. I don't know why.
Canada made forceful representations on behalf of the Toronto businessman who was kidnapped by bounty hunters taken back to Florida. That wouldn't indicate that they're afraid to make a ruckus down here.
That was a pretty easy situation. I mean, my God, you kidnap a Canadian and take him to the United States, heavens above. And furthermore, who do you have to fight there? A couple of bounty hunters. Here you're fighting the CIA. That scares Canada.
I'm surprised that if your case is as strong as you say, that the American government isn't trying to get an out-of-court settlement, pay out a bunch of money, and just hope it'll go away.
When the CIA went into this brainwashing stuff, what they call the MK Ultra program, when they went into that, they injured lots more people than the 9 we are suing for. They injured a great many other people.
Here in the United States?
Here in the United States. They may feel that they've got so many skeletons in their closet that settling with us, even though we're clearly right and they would like it to go away, would hurt them as a precedent. I can't think of any other reason that they're being so really rough on us.
I think there is a duty on the government to release, in a matter such as this, all of the information it has.
Alan Lawrence is the conservative justice critic in the Commons.
There's been government complicity or government negligence, so be it, you know. It's far better to make a full disclosure and a full confession of your sins in a matter such as this. It's always a difficult thing for anybody to sue a government or sue an agency of a government. And if you don't have the cooperation of your own government in doing it, you have a few strikes against you right off the bat. If the process was reversed, if it was some sort of a secretive Canadian operation taking place in the United States, I'm sure all hell would break loose down there as far as beating of breasts and waving of flags and whatnot.
If the material came from the States, perhaps they're bound by, if not law, good manners to not turn it over if the source of the information doesn't want it turned over.
I don't know about manners. I don't know about international manners very much. But I know this. If I were in charge of a government to whom 9 citizens that we are suing for have been brainwashed without their knowing, have had their lives impaired, and have it done by a foreign agency, undercover without the government of Canada knowing it, I would find a way to help those people instead of hindering them.
We tried to ask External Affairs Minister McEachin why the government of Canada is not helping these Canadian citizens who are victimized by agents of another country. But for more than 2 months, Mr. McEachin has been unavailable to discuss the matter.
What do you want to tell Mr. McEachin, for example, about what happened to you? How you feel about it now?
I would tell him to try what we've been through and see what he would have to say after. Because only when you go through such an experience, one can say how bad it can be and how painful.
I'd say, come on, get off your horse and help us. We need some help from our government. We are innocent victims of something that happened that should never have been. And you can't make it. You can't put us back where we were. But at least do something to help us now. Do something to stand up and say this can't happen in Canada.
What can you possibly get for your clients out of this case?
You can't get their health back. That's not possible. And they're older people, and some of them may die during this stonewalling by the CIA. And some of them may get worse. One of them, at least, is in an institution now. I mean, the thing is very much needing of speed by the to get recompense. You can get some money. That's all you can get. That's all you can get when a doctor misoperates on you. You don't get your health back. There's no way we can get their health back. But what we can get them is some funds to help ameliorate their old age with the damage that's been done to them by this lousy performance that occurred through the CIA by Dr. Cameron mistreating them and hurting them.
One thing which triggered Mrs. Huard's initial depression was growing deafness in one ear. That was later corrected with minor surgery. But no surgery can undo Dr. Cameron's work at Ravenscraig.
I cannot go to sleep without any medication. I have migraine headaches that last for a week at the time. Doctors cannot find the cause. I have slight amnesia. I have a lot of trouble to concentrate.
I've never been able to sleep without medication since the sleep treatment. I went through years and years and years of severe depressions. I dream about it. All my waking hours I think about it. It's eating me up.
I've been hospitalized. When I first went home to Winnipeg, I attempted to take my own life because I couldn't endure the way I felt. And I have a chronic need. I'm very dependent on other people. And I have a chronic depression, which at times gets worse.
Not being with my family, not being able to follow a career, not being able to study anymore, which I wanted to do very much. I would say it cost me my life.
Hours. He's got 40 minutes head start on me.
Yes, he does.
So I can present my evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a...
Tell me I did not call that. Come on, y'all. I totally called that. I said he's starting 40 minutes in. I promise he's going to bitch about it. He's going to be chomping at the bit.
I have a couple of questions.
Like, God forbid the astronaut be allowed to speak first and have the floor. You know, the guy that risked his life and limb so your fat ass could sit there and talk shit like you know what you're talking about.
If I climbed Mount Everest and was known for climbing Mount Everest and got a...
This dude is not climbing Mount Everest. Start with something attainable, Bart. Like if I cross the street.
This is going to be an odd answer. It might land wrong, but I'm going to try anyway. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon.
Even
what did he say after that? You cut it out. What did he say after that?
Well, he went on talking and they passed the microphone back and forth.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Oh, give me a break, dude. This guy's a fucking clown. I can't even believe he was on Joe Rogan. I can't believe he was on Danny Jones. This guy is full of shit.
For 3 hours.
How do you know he didn't? How do the viewers know that he didn't say in 53 years or something like that? Like you just.
Oh no, he didn't. You can find it.
We'll take your word for it, I guess. But
yeah,
like,
I mean, I listened to it.
It's
just they passed the microphone around. He even said something to the words of the effect, "This may rock the boat of the audience" or whatever, something like that.
Okay. All right.
That's so.
I want to talk about the micrometeorites. What was the threat level of like the micrometeorites when you were on the moon? Because from what I understand is there's a high risk of being hit by micrometeorites, right? When you're on the surface of the moon.
We had if they saw a solar flare, the only thing I remember, if we had a solar flare, we would have to get back into the lunar module. I don't remember anything about micrometeorites.
No, there was no discussion or no warnings about trying to mitigate.
No.
In von Braun's book, the one that has the quote, which is called Voyage to the Moon, he says that micrometeorites would cause a catastrophic or fatal error, 50% chance every 24 hours. Thousands of them hit the moon every second. He says you'd have to immediately go into a lead shelter or a cave on the moon. He said it would cause death 50% of the time every 24 hours. There's so many of them.
Well, we made it a lot longer than that, and nobody died.
With somehow 16 tanks of oxygen in that little backpack in order to be out there for 8 hours at a time. You can prove that the moon landings are fake with this one picture. Because the sun, being about 1,000 times bigger in diameter than the Earth, casts shadows in the same direction over the entire Earth or moon. They're always parallel. It's mathematically and scientifically impossible for shadows to intersect in sunlight, as you can tell in the photograph.
Okay, now let's be very clear here. You just heard a gentleman say something is mathematically impossible, can't be done. Bert Sabrell holds no degree. No degree. Not even an associate's. Nothing. His claim to fame is 2 documentaries he made about the moon landing being fake. And that's probably the only reason he gets any attention at all, because it's almost a joke. Someone with no education and no experience in the field trying to tell the community, tell the people of our nation that one of our greatest achievements was fucking fake. No, buddy, I think you're fake. That's my opinion. How do these people get on these shows? Like, Joe Rogan is a huge show, and he was on there for 3 hours just shoveling this bullshit. And if you just take a few minutes and step back and listen to what he's saying and make him slow down and make him actually get to a point before jumping to the next thing, because he doesn't want you to figure out that the current thing is nonsense. That's what filibustering is, right? You're filling in any chance of dead air to be questioned. It is going on and on and on and on. How many times did we hear Danny Jones tell him to stop? Dude, stop. I'm trying to... You keep talking over people. I'm trying to figure this out. Stop it. Stop it. He's just an obnoxious blowhard, y'all. And he's made a career out of lying about the moon landing being fake. The moon landing... See, he's got me so I can't even talk. I'm so upset. The moon landing was very much real. And if somebody wants to come at me with some real data and some real evidence other than trust me, bro, then I will absolutely listen to it. I don't have a fucking dog in the fight. I don't work for NASA. But I can't stand con artists. I can't stand snake oil salesmen. I can't stand guys like that.
Little thing from your book that I copied down because I just thought it was pretty provocative. But apparently you say there were Talmudic rumors that John had a demonic servant and that the control of this demon was passed on to Jesus. It seems possible for there to have been a belief that Jesus, who was related to King Herod's bloodline, may have somehow gotten hold of John's head and used it to control either John's own spirit or a spirit that John had formerly controlled while he was alive. This head, then, may have later come into the hands of the founding Templars. That's pretty provocative. I mean, that's not a perspective you hear every day.
Well, it's actually alluded to in the Gospels that, Jesus was accused of having a demon, and then that Jesus was accused of being the reincarnated John, and which is odd because they barely talk to each other. There's only the one meeting in the Gospels between Jesus and John, during the baptism of Jesus, and then later John's followers come and visit Jesus and ask him, if it seem to be asking him if he's the Messiah or something. Mm-hmm. But yes, there's definitely, even in the Gospels, it says that, everyone around them thought that both Jesus and John, particularly Jesus, were involved in demonology and controlling demons, and that's how they worked their miracles. And, the interesting thing about John, too, which we write about quite a bit, is that he's considered to be the father of Gnosticism, really, because this sort of, I would say, practical father of Gnosticism, was Simon Magus, was actually John's student.
Mm-hmm.
Although Simon Magus is considered a villain in the Bible, he had quite a number of followers, and there seems to be a tradition coming from him, that influenced all of the Gnostic traditions that came afterwards. So it does seem like, if Simon was John's student continuing his tradition, and then Simon went on to found these Gnostic traditions, well then, John must have been teaching the same thing too. Now, you mentioned a little bit about what Gnosticism is. I mean, the basic commonality between all the very different ideas, sects, religions that consider themselves Gnostic, or well, I guess none of them considered themselves. It's sort of a label that was put on all of these groups afterwards.
Right.
But the thing that they have in common is that this idea that there's a larger God outside of creation, and beyond the God that created this world. And so you have really two different attitudes about that too. So some of the groups acknowledged that, there was another God on the outside, call him Father of All or something like that. Then there was the demiurge, who's the one that created the world we're in now. Some of the groups just sort of acknowledge that, and that there's these different levels of creation and existence. And then some of the groups villainized the creation itself. So like when you look at most of the Hermetic texts, which also reflect this idea, and they talk about the demiurge. And in fact, Plato talked about the demiurge. It was not necessarily, it was a philosophical idea long before it was associated with these weird sects and cults. But the Hermetic texts basically just acknowledge this fact.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the Gnostic groups, like I said, villainized the God of the Bible. They were, in a way, rebelling against the Judaic and upcoming Christian influences that they were surrounded by. So what I think happened over time, too, is that these Gnostic groups and their teachings developed into other traditions that were even more, I guess, rebellious against the, what was becoming the prevailing spiritual order. So as Christianity became more dominant, these Gnostic ideas sort of went underground and took an even darker form.
Right.
But even the original Gnostic sects, the way that they're described by, admittedly, their enemies, the church fathers, they describe them as being involved with really blasphemous and promiscuous sex orgies and sacrificing of infants and things like that.
Similar stuff to the Templars under their confessions, right?
Yes, and so several people have theorized that the Templars were influenced by Gnosticism, which in fact we did find some evidence of. So, well, one of the people that accused them of that was Pope Pius IX. He had this whole, I guess you would call it a bull that he put out. It was quite lengthy, where he's describing the Freemasons and the Templars and their, what their secret beliefs were, and he definitely describes it as being, Gnostic, as being one of the terms you would use to describe it. The other really important person who considered the Templars to be Gnostics was Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall, who in the early 1800s wrote this book that really influenced what everyone else wrote about the subject of Baphomet afterwards,
right?
And what they wrote about the Templars afterwards. So, whereas I told you that Baphomet was really a severed head to the Templars, later Baphomet became depicted in the drawings of 19th century occultists as a human figure with a goat head, and in the human part of the body is a hermaphrodite.
Mm-hmm.
And as it turns out, this is greatly influenced by this book by Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall, which we had translated in order to be able to complete this book, because it had not been translated from the Latin, and very few people had actually read it since the 1800s. So, we translated this, and yeah, the whole book is about how he thinks that the Templars were practicing Ophite Gnosticism, which is a sect that for sure they are associated with snakes and rituals with snakes.
Interesting.
But he kind of thinks he definitely believes the church fathers' accusations that they were involved in these really extreme orgies, and his evidence for that is all these relics that he said he found in churches that are built on former Templar properties. Now, a lot of these churches don't exist anymore. A lot of the towns they were in don't even exist anymore. And people have been writing about this guy's book in a derogatory manner for quite a while, even though he was a very respected Orientalist during his time. And his works are even still considered textbooks to be referred to on other subjects, such as the Assassins. But this one that he wrote about the Templars has just always sort of been dismissed. Well, not necessarily during his time. It was very influential during his time, but I would say in the last 100 years or so, been written about in a very derogatory manner. But from what I can tell, the people writing about it just didn't read Latin and didn't actually read the text. So, and one of the things I needed to mention is that everyone's sort of claimed that these artifacts that he has depicted in his book, which he has line drawings of them, and they're very bizarre, pictures of certainly orgies and creatures with multiple eyes and multiple faces and, androgynous beings with heads.
Yeah, burning a body too, I think, right?
Yeah, and there's burnt sacrifices and things like that going on. Definitely images of children and animals having sex. So anyway, people thought that these images, so some people theorized that it was all made up and that these artifacts didn't even exist. But I actually managed to track down 2 of them, and I don't know where the rest are. Maybe that's a subject to be studied in coming days. But I managed to find 2 of them that are being preserved by the British Museum, although they're not actually on display. So we have pictures of this stuff. Some of them are on the website now, and they're also in the new book. And we're going to put out a translation of this other guy's book in January, and it'll have all the pictures in it too. But yeah, so really we were able to bring this stuff to light for the first time.
Yeah.
And really, there's nothing else like it. There's no one else claiming, that there's any physical evidence of the Templars being involved in these sorts of rites, except Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall's book.
That's really interesting. It's another one of those things that you could point to back up the idea that it wasn't just character assassination, that they really were involved in some of the things that they admitted to under the torture.
I think they were involved in some of the things for sure. I mean, they were involved in a religious tradition and rituals that were totally antithetical to the exoteric front that they were putting on, of, being a Christian crusading order.
Right.
I don't know if they were murdering people. Strangely, it seems like that part of the accusation just never really got explored very much. It seems like I think it's typical of the time, though.
Yeah.
When life was not really treasured the way it is now, where we're more affronted by the thought of a murder happening or a child being molested than we are someone, saying that they don't like God or saying that they love Satan.
Yeah.
But back then, the blasphemy was the worst part. And they weren't even thinking about the sex abuse or the murder as much. So
odd,
it's
but
kind
yeah.
of strange, but that's the way it seems to have been treated at the time.
Yeah.
But I should also mention this, in addition to Hammer-Purgstall's very controversial book, there's also this other piece of physical evidence tying the Templars to Gnosticism that I think is just irrefutable, because there's 3 different examples of it, and it's very straightforward. What I'm talking about is the fact that there are seals that the Templars used to seal their documents, such as if they're making treaties with another group, sending letters back and forth to other parties. They would seal these things with, kind of a notary seal. And it actually depicted Abraxas on it. And I'm sure you've talked about Abraxas in the past on your show.
Right.
This is a Gnostic deity. And it's a chimera, very much like Baphomet in a way. It's got a chicken head, it's got a human body, snakes for legs, it's a combination of all these different things, just like Baphomet was later depicted by Eliphas Levi and the 19th century occultists. And it really seems to embody the same sort of concept of the way Baphomet gets interpreted later by occultists when they're talking about him, such as, Aleister Crowley or Eliphas Levi, is always as a symbol of the transcendence of opposites. So definitely male and female, because he's a hermaphroditic being,
Right.
but also good and evil and creation and destruction. And the same associations are made with Abraxas.
Interesting.
And the way that they depicted him on the seal, they show, the very typical appearance of Abraxas is the chicken-headed, snake-legged being. But then around it, it said in Latin, secret of the temple. So they're implying that the very heart of their order and the secret that unites them is somehow symbolized by Abraxas. Wow. So I think that maybe Abraxas was just another symbol for the same thing that Baphomet was also a symbol of.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the connections are there, and it is just so confusing, all the different names and symbols and how the cultures change. And, you do a great job of talking about not just what you think, but what all the different scholars have thought and all the different perspectives in the book. That's probably why it's 600 pages. But talk to us about, apparently with Baphomet, this the etymology, when you go back as far as you can, it seems to be the most accurate translation would be baptism of wisdom.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And that actually was provided largely by Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall. He wasn't the first to come up with it, because there have been some other scholars who had basically translated it in the same way. But he really popularized the idea and also just filled it out. He not only said that's what the word means, but in fact, it's a ritual, and this is what sort of ritual it was, and really speculated, but I think in a very educated way, about what they might have been thinking and what they might have been doing. And so what we came up with was that baptism of wisdom definitely seems to be a ritual and a concept associated not only with Gnostics, but Hermetists as well. And that, so that's the baptism of wisdom in a broader sense. And it may be that the Templars in particular had their own version of that may have taken on a very dark tone. So the meaning of baptism of wisdom historically probably goes back to this conversation that happens between Hermes and his son and student Tat in the Corpus Hermeticum in the fourth discourse, where he describes to his student that God, instead of giving wisdom to all men, he put it in a bowl, and then he let the bowl descend down to earth so that we would all fight over access to the bowl. And then whoever is not only able to gain access to the bowl, but then has the nerve to immerse himself in the bowl of wisdom, will be either disintegrated and destroyed by it, or will basically be reborn in perfect wisdom. And he says to Tat, immerse yourself in the wisdom if your heart has the strength. So it's definitely implied that this is something that can, tear you apart if you're not ready for it. But so this is the sort of hidden divine wisdom we've been talking about here, that in the Judeo-Christian tradition is, something you don't touch because it's scary. In the Hermetic tradition, it's like, yeah, it's dangerous, but if you're strong, you should do it. It'll bring you to your real self.
Yeah.
And then we think that it may have taken on a darker tone. As I was describing, Gnosticism became darker, really turned into something else that ultimately became, Satanism, really. And witch cults in Europe that had a particularly anti-Christian tone to them. All of this, I think, is influenced by the fact that, Christianity was becoming more, obviously dominant and pushing out all other belief systems. And so those belief systems had to go up underground. And then, the symbolism that they already had and were dealing with became fused with the Christian symbolism. and took on an antithetical tone to it. So later you have Satanists, some of them operating within the Catholic Church itself, and actually nuns and priests doing black masses, which are reversals of the Catholic Mass intended to degrade the God of the Bible and exalt Satan. And really, this is all influenced by the fact that Gnosticism took on this darker tone as it became very specifically anti-Christian, I think. Anyway, I think that the baptism of wisdom then turned into a black mass of sorts that the Templars were doing. And, that these stories about them, perhaps, for one thing, they are said to have kissed someone's behind during the initiation rituals, right? They even confessed to this, and they confessed this to the Pope's men also, that there was this butt kissing going on.
Yeah.
And in the confessions of other groups later on, such as not necessarily the confessions, but accusations. There were some confessions, but accusations made against other sort of Gnostic influence groups in Europe, like Waldensians and Cathars. They were also accused of doing these same types of rituals. And this obscene kiss, as it's called, again came into play, and they were accused of kissing the backside of a goat or a cat.
Huh.
I think that this is all connected to what the Templars were doing. I think basically I guess what I'm saying is I think that the rumors about the Templars, true or not, and I'm kind of inclined to think they were true, influenced the rituals that other people did in other groups that were of a similar persuasion later.
Yeah.
So I think that the confessions that they were doing this butt kissing ritual, actually influenced what other witch cults and Satanists did later on.
That makes sense.
And I think that it was connected. I think that this was part of this baptism of wisdom ritual, which Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall has all these images of what appears to be the ritual. And it involves the obscene kiss, having sex with children and animals, apparently killing animals, and all sorts of crazy
what
stuff.
else do you need? Man, this has been quite a ride. I do appreciate you being here. I mean, this is all the dense work you've done, trying to untangle all these threads and work through all the rumors and layers of secrecy around this stuff. I know I couldn't do it, but before we go, tell the people where they can actually read the book and follow some of your articles that are related to this stuff.